We anticipate in the next 10 to 12 years, approximately 8 to 6 million Hispanics coming into the United States and 41 million Asians. You have been the majority minority for 400 years in this country. You have been the number 2 population for 400 years. You're gonna get kicked out of being number 2, you're gonna go down and become number 4. Now, common sense, even a 3rd grade education would tell you, if you didn't get anything when you were number 2, you all jumped ahead of me, but anyway, you can guess what you're going to get when you become number 4.
President Biden, do you support reparations?
Well, let me, since I haven't spoken on this, get a chance. Number one, the reason we're the country we are is because of immigration. We've been able to cherry pick the best from every single continent. The people who come here have determination, resilience. They are ready to stand up and work like the devil. We have 24 out of every 100 children in our school today is Hispanic. The idea that we are going to walk away and not provide every opportunity for them is not only stupid and immoral, but it's bad for America. They are the future of America.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest. Which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. This is what we are faced with. And this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
We are owed $104 trillion on the very low end, plus $735 billion recurring. This number does not include the cost of about 50 Black Wall Streets that were decimated, nor compound interest from 2017 when Sean D. Rochester's book, The Black Tax, was published, nor the cost of Black life, nor the cost of living increases, nor the war on drugs, nor the current day pandemic. The number I'm working with is for slavery, Jim Crow, and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives.
Good morning on the West Coast. Good morning in the mountain. Good morning in the central. Good morning on the East Coast. You know exactly who it is, family. Angela Nirvana, your hostess with the mostest on the reparationist perspective, bringing you those Friedman hot topics and making a case for reparations, making a case for weaponizing our vote, socializing our suffering, family. And today, it is day 2, part 1 of the California Reparations Task Force. Welcome, one and all. Know that I can't see you if you're signed in to the Facebook, if you're signed in from Twitter. Mama can't see you. If you want to be shouted out, like Lion's Den, a.k.a. Trey X, who has shown up early to catch the worm, you got to come over to ScrewTube so I can see you and give you a shout out and share your comments with my viewers when we take our breaks and things of that nature. Welcome you one and all. I want to queue up. Let me stop sharing this so I can queue up the task force and be ready to roll, because at the top of the hour, oh, y'all know, y'all comrade has been up. I can't sleep during these task force meetings because I got to cram a whole broadcast into 3 minutes, y'all. That's what I am up. From one task force meeting to the next, I have to cram an entire broadcast, okay? Oh, my word. I got to cram an entire broadcast into 3 minutes. It's damn near an impossible feat, but the ancestors guide my voice. The ancestors guide my pen. The ancestors are why the movement takes cat naps. Why I'm so tired I could take off running. Family, this government at every branch has been complicit in finalizing their plans to ethno-genocide us right up out of the country our ancestors built with their lives. They are literally trying to extinct us to as few in numbers as the Indians. Okay? Understand what is happening to us. We are at a time we can't be concerned about whose feelings get hurt, about my voice in this space. I don't give a damn. If I got to choose between your hurt feelings about the way I say it, you got me mixed up. If that's more a priority than the flourishing of my very lineage, you got me all the way mixed up. It ain't going down. I am going to say what folks want me to shut up about, because it's the very things that folks want me to shut up about, which is how we got tethered to the bottom of this Titanic as the anchor of this country's capitalism that our ancestors built with their lives. So you got the wrong one if you think for a nanosecond your hurt feelings supersede that of the flourishing of my lineage, whose numbers are declining, oh, by the way, as the Biden administration floods the country with immigrants and refugees. Listen, I'm not going to give y'all my grand 3 minutes right now because I got a disclaimer. Folks want me to shut up and go away and be silent about the clear plan to ethno-genocide my people to as few in number as the Indians. Perhaps then they'll throw us a quarter with Maya Angelou on the back of it and our slaveholders on the front. Maybe, we'll get a quarter like that, as a symbol, yet another symbol, you see. Because that is a plan, and Dr. Claude Anderson told y'all first. He told y'all first that this was the plan 40 years ago. So this should not be new information. And somebody's got to say it. Somebody's got to do the unpopular thing. Malcolm had to do the unpopular thing. Nat Turner had to do the unpopular thing. Martin Luther King had to do the unpopular thing. Okay. So I guess I am Malcolm Misha up in this piece, okay? Because I'm going to do the unpopular thing. I got a daughter that I got to lead this to. I'm going to be on the right side of history. Your opinion of my voice in this space be damned, you see. This ain't a popularity contest, okay? I'm not here to be popular. What's up, Kelly Pryor? I see you, fam. No, my very lineage, our lineage. We built this. I'm not mincing words. Today is D-Day. Today they decide who is eligible. And as California goes, Malcolm Misha. That's right, sis. I'm Malcolm Misha up in this piece. Today they are determining eligibility. And as California goes, so goes the nation. And we've been making this case, and I don't understand why we are still debating this. But here we are. So Malcolm Misha is prepared. What's up, Ebony Roses, number 2? I see you, fam. Great sun rising, peace and love to you all. Yes, my love. Listen, Malcolm Misha about to bless the mic and get everybody together with this one. Well, hopefully and prayerfully. You know what I'm saying? Because let me explain something to you. If we never receive reparations, it won't be because I was silenced in the gas chamber or on the guillotine, okay? It won't be because TRP didn't speak up loud and proud about what needs to happen. That's the right side of history I need to be on. My daughter needs to know. What's up, Tansy? I see you, fam. Love, peace. Yeah, my daughter needs to know her mama was Malcolm Misha up in this piece, okay? I'm going to try to keep it PG. My mouth can get potty when I get excited. Oh, Lord, I cannot. Phone, not today. They about to start. Y'all got to stop calling me right now. Let me silence the phone. Let me woosa up in this piece. Let's turn up the volume because they at 9:01. I don't see nobody. Okay, they at 9:01. They must have seen that I got in the queue at 4:30 this morning. Yeah, they must have saw me in the queue. So they try to get ready. They try to brace themselves for this bomb I'm about to drop. Yeah, because you're not going to continue to have me sit up and my people sit up in the gas chamber and be silenced on the weaponization of immigration against freedmen to make us a permanent bottom caste in the country our ancestors built with their lives, because we refused to allow you to expatriate us once we fought and won the war for our emancipation, as you turned us loose to our own peril because we wouldn't leave. Because you didn't want these constant reminders around you of the heinous chattel slavery, the worst of its kind in the free world. You didn't want that reminder all around you for the days such as today, with the contemporary reparationist movement on your heels. Thank God for social media. God knew what he, she, it was doing, okay, when they slowed down that bullshiggity from Narcan and Cobra and Sheila Jackson Lee. God knew that we needed social media to make this message go viral and to build the reparations demands to critical mass. Yes, ma'am. Today they are deciding on eligibility, and folks are telling me not to go so hard on the weaponization of immigration. What's up, Tanya Prisons? I love and appreciate you too, baby, and your unwavering passion. Yes, I do, my love. Listen. Oh, yeah, I already been getting texts this morning. Angela, dial it back. Hell to the no, in the words of the late, great Whitney Houston. I understand how she got there. I understand how we got here. Government at every branch, putting their foot on our jugulars, seeking to squeeze the life out of us. But folks are begging me, don't give them that smoke, Angela. Don't give them that smoke. Can you dial it back? Can you just not make it about immigration? To hell with that. That's our most imminent threat. We won't even be around to get reparations. Look at what's happening in California, family. Oh, here we go. Let me shut up. Turn up the volume.
Before we begin, let's have the staff a roll call for attendance and establish whether we have a quorum. Parliamentarian Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin calling the roll with the chair. Chair Moore?
Present.
Vice Chair Brown?
Present.
Member Bradford?
Here.
Member Grills?
Present.
Member Holder?
Here.
Member Jones Sawyer,
Here.
Member Lewis,
Present.
Member Tamaki,
Here.
Member Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are 9 members on the task force. There needs to be 5 members present for a quorum. There are 9 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Now that a quorum has been established, the California Reparations Task Force meeting is now called into order. Welcome. Thank you, members of the task force and members of the public. Happy Black History Month again. This is the second day of our Black History Month official hearing. And from a review of the agenda, you can see that it is a full agenda. So to ensure that we complete it during the time allocated, we will need to make sure that we follow the timeline established. So Parliamentarian Johnson will also be assisting in that timekeeping as well. So without further ado, noting the time is 9:06 a.m., we'll now move to the next item on the agenda, which is the public comment period, and that will last for 1 hour exactly. So Ms. Martin Walton and Ms. Hurtado, thank you. You can proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Moore, task force members, and members of the public. My name is Aisha Martin Walton. I am with the Department of Justice, and the task force would like to hear your public comments. The public comment period will be for 1 hour, as Chair Moore has indicated, and each person will have 3 minutes. Please be advised that in fairness to everyone, at the 3-minute mark, you may be politely interrupted and your microphone turned off. However, please know that there is a public comment period during each meeting, and the task force encourages everyone to participate. You may also submit written comments to the task force at any time via email at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. To participate in public comment this morning, please use the raise hand function. Locate the button on the upper right-hand side of the screen. On the sidebar, you will see the shape of a hand. Click on the hand to prompt the raise hand feature. On our end, we will accept your raised hand. Then you will see a notification at the top of your screen to continue. You will have to click continue. You will then be elevated into the meeting as a presenter and automatically muted until it is your turn to speak. Please note that there is a 20-second delay between the attendee and presenter mode, so keep that in mind as you're being promoted. We will accept the raise hand feature as they come in, and once the person in front of you is done speaking, Trini Hurtado, also with DOJ, will say your name to prompt you, indicating that you may begin. At that point, you will also have the option to turn on your camera. At the conclusion of your comments, or at the 3-minute mark, you will be muted and returned back to the level of attendee. So with that, good morning. Trini, let's have our first speaker.
Good morning. Our first speaker this morning is Josiah Williams. Josiah Williams, you've been unmuted. You may now speak. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, task force members. I appreciate being able to give public comments today. Just trying to confirm, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Josiah Williams. I am a member of the American Redress Coalition of California, ARCC, and the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, CJEC. I'm also a member of the PAC Committee for Oakland NAACP. Today, I am here speaking as an individual and not a representative of any organization. I wanted to start by addressing an issue that I see arising in the Black community, an issue of what I consider lineage phobia. I define lineage phobia as a fear of a group that has a specific lineage. In this instance, one of those whose families descended from chattel slavery. This phobia causes people to attempt to make Black people a monolith and intentionally or unintentionally deny them their specific reparations by the U.S. government. It's a form of erasure. Those with lineage phobia mask our suffering and pain by saying we are all Black the same, and attempt to all lives matter or all Black matter our specific justice claim. Dr. Weber made it very plain who the recipients of this reparations bill that she wrote must be for. Dr. Weber further stated that she would help various groups with their specific justice claims, but that this claim is a specific one. I come to you today as a representative of my community that no longer has a voice. I also come as a representative of the Williams family, not the Williams family in the South that owned plantations, but the Williams family in the South that were enslaved and built the foundation and wealth of this nation. I was there when we were brought to America on slave ships. Yes, I picked cotton, was beat, starved, and had a little rest. I was separated from my family. I endured Jim Crow, redlining, black codes, lynching, and a long list of atrocities. If you wonder how I endured those things, it's because the DNA of my ancestors currently run through my veins. If I didn't endure all of those atrocities, I wouldn't be speaking before you today. As a manifestation and representative of my ancestors and living family, so fight I. Reparations now for the descendants of chattel slavery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Williams. Our next commenter, please, Trini.
Our next commenter is Shannon Wilson. Shannon Wilson, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Just a second. All right. Hello, members of the task force. I thank you all for your leadership on this historic vote. And as you go into your vote today, excuse me, I would like to just say that specificity is key, as many other speakers have noted, when it comes to who is owed reparations in this country. There were direct harms done to a specific group of people in this country, and that is the American descendants of slaves. Us, we who remain to bear the brunt of our ancestors' frustration of justice continually being delayed and denied. And it is we who are the descendants of slaves, the descendants of the survivors of the evils of Jim Crow, who should only be considered for reparations.
Ms. Wilson? Trini, I think we just lost her.
Yeah, I think we just lost her. I can still see her there, but.
Are you able to hear me?
Oh, yes, we can. We can
Continue.
hear you.
For every child torn away from their mother's arms, for every lynching, every dog and hose turned loose on us, for every mother's tears that fell and their son, knowing their sons and daughters' lives were stolen all too soon by the evils of the hands of slave owners and regular angry white citizens, and for those of police and angry white mobs and massacres, and every bombing we had to endure, for everything that American descendants of slaves had to endure, I want it back dollar for dollar with interest. And with that being beneath the least that can be done, I want recompense, restitution, and reparations for all of that which happened, and the egregious human rights violations that were for hundreds of years on full display. I want it back for them.
Wilson? Okay, I believe Ms. Wilson is done. Ms. Wilson, thank you so much for your comments this morning. Our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker today is Joe Washington. Mr. Washington, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak. Mr. Washington? Okay, we will come back to you.
Yes.
The next speaker in line is Concerned Black American Citizen. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning, and happy Freedmen History Month. Good squirrel dud yak. My name is Dawn Page, and I am an emancipated freed woman and a reparationist. I'm the founder of Concerned Black American Citizens, which is a nonpartisan political action organization that trains organizers and educates the freedmen community, among other things. I wanted to, after hearing the Dr. Weber and Dean Chemerinsky, I just wanted to amplify that based on the clear evidence presented by Chemerinsky and the crystal clear intent stated by Dr. Weber, it could only be deemed obstructionist and anti-American freedmen for any public official to pursue any policy based on race and that does not meet the criteria that would protect any kind of policies put forward from challenge, whether from Prop 209 or any type of Supreme Court challenge. I wanted to impress upon the panel, which I'm sure you know how illogical it is for me, a descendant of chattel slavery, whose family has lived through Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration, and the effects of that, and the childcare system. To think that someone like a Winsome Sears, lieutenant governor from Virginia, Jamaican immigrant, who just arrived here in 1971 and in such a position of political leverage, to proclaim that we should get over slavery is unacceptable. And that type of rhetoric going forward, I hope, will begin to be given the level of concern and pushback that it deserves. I want to warn against the using American freedmen's justice claim as a way to fix a broken system that attempted to break us and failed. The purpose of this claim is not to cure racism. It's not to fix our broken infrastructure or failed school system. I want to warn against using our claim as a community development slush fund. We will build our own communities, schools, and hospitals, provide the capital for that. And with that, I'm going to end with the fact that I appreciate the work that's being done. I have a daughter and her husband who was born, and his family has been in California for decades, and a host of other family members who live right in the city of LA. So I definitely have a vested interest in the success of this. And I think Dean Chemerinsky and Dr. Weber have made it clear.
To interrupt you.
Thank you. I'm done. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments this morning. All right, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Tiffany Quarles. Ms. Quarles, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Task Force. Thank you for taking my call. My name is Tiffany Quarles, and I'm a lifelong Californian, a descendant of U.S. slavery and reparations activist with CJAC and NAASD. I'm calling to say that the vote taking place today regarding the community of eligibility must be strictly based on lineage. Throughout the duration of this task force process, you have had several expert witnesses, including the author of the bill, testify that lineage-based eligibility is the only way this can work. Please do not jeopardize justice for a people who have been oppressed for over 400 years and have been fighting for reparations for over 150 years because of your personal ideology and worldview. Making the community of eligibility race-based harms Black America as a whole, harms the federal push for reparations, and even jeopardizes the global fight for reparations, because we will not succeed if this is race-based. We have a once-in-a-life opportunity to get this done and get it done right. Many did not think we would even get this far. It would be a travesty and betrayal to throw everything away simply because some people may not be included. I'm asking that you do the right thing today and vote that the community of eligibility be exclusively descendants of U.S. slavery and American segregation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quarles, for your comments this morning.
Our next speaker is Christopher Lodgson. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Today you have a chance to do something very, very special. You have a chance to decide that reparations are for the Black people who actually built this country. The community of eligibility for reparations must be based on lineage, not race. This is the opinion and position of the author of the bill, Dr. Shirley Weber. It was her legislative intent clearly stated to you last month that lineage must be the criteria, very clearly. Your best legal advice yesterday from Professor Erwin Chemerinsky was that lineage must be the eligibility. The public comment and public will since this task force began back in June of 2021 has been overwhelmingly in favor, 95% plus in favor of lineage, eligibility, specificity. Here's what's going to happen if you go against the legislative intent of the author. There will absolutely be political consequences, not just for the 2 sitting legislators on this task force, but for the governor during an election year. If you go against your best legal advice, you will risk reparations. If you go against the public will, you will create unintended, unimaginable backlash against any reparations create. Do the right thing today. Don't delay this vote. Don't delay this decision. Be bold. Be strong. Make reparations eligibility about lineage only. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Latchins, for your comments this morning. Trini, our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Friday Jones. Friday Jones, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. Friday Jones.
Good morning. I'm Friday Jones. My name is Consa Jones Muhammad, and I am co-chair of the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants and a founding member of the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. Today, I'm speaking as an individual. NAASD Los Angeles has been a leader in the reparations space. New Frontier Democratic Club, the oldest Black Dem club in the state, allowed us to present a reparations update where we presented lineage-based reparations as a priority, and we were very well received. Commissioner Mike Davis invited all of the African American commissioners in Los Angeles to a meeting to present lineage-based reparations. There were questions about genealogy resources that we were able to answer, and the commissioners at large were excited about our work because many were from the South and are living survivors of Jim Crow law. We held general meetings and already engaged community about federal, state, and municipal reparations actions across the nation, and our perspective as descendants of the enslaved is well supported. The descendant community has been patient while this body took in information in order to process a vote who the beneficiary class would be. Defining the beneficiary class will be extremely helpful for public engagement because the ambiguity will be gone. Dr. Weber gave testimony about intent, and that was clear. I wrote an open letter to former President Barack Obama on his position on reparations and how it has been a tool of white supremacists to argue against reparations. In that open letter, I talked about the slave trade in Libya, where a man can be sold for $400, just $100 more than the sale of my great-grandmother in 1779. Lineage-based reparations in the United States would be an electrifying around the world. The descendant community and freedmen have been seeking repair since emancipation. Lineage-based repair will help people still being enslaved today self-advocate like we have consistently done. It will be breathe life into CARICOM repair from the UK, France, and Spain. It is not the time to re-injure this community. We have asked the California to consider a Department of Freedmen Affairs to continuously manage the affairs of the descendant and freedmen community. We've asked the state to disaggregate how it collects data on the descendants. We have asked for protected status similar to the indigenous who have treaties. This body has the ability to make those recommendations a reality. I ask you to remember our ancestors, making those heirs the beneficiaries of reparations with the foresight that it will matter in federal repair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jones.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Burgess. Mr. Burgess, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. Jonathan Burgess.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes,
Can
continue.
everybody
please.
hear me? Okay,
Yes.
great, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, thank you, Task Force, members of the Task Force. Jonathan Burgess, you've heard me before, and I come here before you today as a foundational Californian. Family brought here in 1849, but born into slavery, descendant of chattel slavery. And doing my research, I know who my great-great-grandmother was. She was a free woman. Some of you know Nancy Ross or Nancy Gooch. My documentation says she was free, captured and brought into slavery. As Dr. Secretary Weber succinctly said, you know who was affected. And those people that were free were even captured and put into slavery, like my great-great-grandmother. Mr. Williams that testified before me, I follow his sentiment because there was a Charles Williams who was listed as mulatto up in Gold Country. Maybe a free man, we may be related, don't even know. But again, the harm that we talk about, as I listened yesterday, happened to one particular group of people. And those were the descendants of chattel slavery. And those people that were free, who we didn't know if they were black or not, were also captured and put in slavery. So I would ask that this task force look at this strongly and do what Secretary Weber said. I'd also propose that you even consider, knowing what we know now, consider changing the name of this reparations proposal because it is race-based when we say it's African-American. This should be, because I'm American, and I'm a descendant of chattel slavery. On both sides, one was free. It is not California's job to do the job of the federal government. That's a bigger, larger claim, but it is California's job to set the groundwork so that everybody else will follow and get this right. As a founding descendant of this great state, I would ask this task force strongly consider the guidance that you've been given when it comes to making this based on lineage. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Burgess. Trini, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ernest. Ernest, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Can you guys hear me?
You're a little low.
A little low, yeah.
Hold on. How about now?
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So greetings, Task Force members. My name is Ernest Russell, and I'm contacting you guys out of Michigan. I am a descendant of slaves, or I am a descendant of those who were formerly enslaved, who became to be known as freedmen. I'm calling in today, just like I have called in other hearings, to urge that you guys adhere to the language of Shirley Weber's definition of the community of eligibility. I also want to urge that you guys, support lineage-based reparations in your decision as it relates to the community of eligibility. The reason why I believe it is important is because I believe that in my blood, and just like the blood of many other people who have called into this task force, is a unique history that is tied specifically to the American timeline and all of the injustices rendered upon Black people. You have to understand that the group of Black people that were in America were ultimately those who had their language, their culture, their heritage stripped of them. Those who were subjected to the 3/5 Compromise, those who were subjected to the Casual Killing Act, those who were subjected to the slavery laws from 1776 to 1865, and even those Black codes that followed after that. As someone who can literally trace my family through that timeline in multiple states, from Virginia to Alabama to Georgia to Mississippi to Tennessee, I believe it is important that we recognize that not all Black ethnic groups share that history. And that if you guys were to open up reparations so that it was a race-based approach, you would be basically stating that you believe that my injustices that the injustices rendered upon my family should somehow benefit groups of people who are just now getting to this country who don't know a lick spit about my history, and yet alone my ancestral background. Like, you would literally be saying that Black Guatemalans who live in California deserve the same justice as the Black descendants of slaves who have been in that state for the last 200 years or so, or those slaves, the descendants of those slaves who have literally contributed to the timeline of California despite experiencing injustice after injustice. I don't believe that was the intention of Shirley Weber, and I believe that the task force has within itself the power to forge, to forge forward under the name of lineage-based reparations, supporting the community that was harmed. And with that, I'll relinquish the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Russell, for your comments this morning. Trini, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is going to be Joe Washington. We're going to try again.
Okay.
Mr. Washington, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. Okay, it sounds like we still can't hear him. I'll continue working with him. Okay, the next speaker is Giles. Giles, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for giving me this time. We are gathered here to discuss the fate of a bill designed to correct this nation's original sin. What we're talking about is the Ma'afa, an international genocide that trafficked enslaved Africans from the Igbo, Yoruba, Ashanti, Wolof, Remankimi, Bakongo, Swahili, and many other population groups on the continent. These weren't aliens, Martians, inanimate commodities, or non-existent Aboriginal ghost populations. They were human beings. They were Africans. This bill must be committed to full repair for these Black African descendants enslaved in the United States. To avoid the mistake of misdirecting set-asides to 501c4s, online retail stores, and other malevolent actors posing as reparationists, whose subversive goal is ethnocentric division, as opposed to full repair. Even though we understand that no amount of money on its own could heal the impact of centuries of genocide, and that a one-time compensation would be appreciated, full repair means a commitment to long-term expenditures to achieve the policy objectives in the 5 injury areas as recommended by the International Law Commission requirements for reparations. Cessation is a guarantee of non-repetition of institutional actions like the Jim Crow policies that impacted the descendants of enslaved Africans who crossed what is now the Mexico border and built Los Angeles. Restitution and repatriation offers resources for the descendants of freedmen expatriates on the African continent and modern American Africans who followed after men like Paul Cuffey and Henry McNeil Turner and chose to repatriate to Africa in order to restore their lost identity. It means following after the tradition of the New African Independence Movement, along with Marcus Garvey and the UNIA ACL, in establishing pathways for Black institutions here in the United States who desire to take part in the development of the African world, particularly the 6th diasporic branch of the African Union. If historical precedent is to be our guide, we know that international collaboration is a necessary component of full repair. Satisfaction and rehabilitation means resources for African language learning, knowledge programs, and what our local theologian, California's very own Salim Faraji, has termed a Sankofa Reformation, to return Black churches, masjids, and spiritual institutions to their African roots. There are a wide variety of policy prescriptions that can be chosen to fully repair the Black African descendants enslaved in the U.S. The integrity of this bill and its commitment to full repair must be maintained at all costs in order to accomplish these goals. With that, thank you for your time, and I yield my mic.
Thank you, Mr. Giles. All right, our next speaker.
Next speaker is Yvette. Yvette, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. Yvette? Okay, I'm going to come back to her. The next speaker is Lillian S. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes. I don't know if you all have talked about the requirements for the reparation yet. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you.
For the reparations yet, but I feel that it should be based off of you should have a high school diploma or a GED equivalent. You should be put through a financial literacy course. You should go through 7 sessions of therapy, and you should have be handed a DNA test to take to make sure that you know your lineage, and you know that you are a descendant of slavery, because whether or not reparations are owed to us, it's not a question, because America was found guilty on 5 accounts of genocide. Obviously it is owed, since we have built the economy in the U.S., as well as the U.S. have paid reparations for genocides that have not went on in this country, and have not taken account of that same country's genocides that they have taken on other Black and African people. So I feel that it's time for us to get what we deserve, because in with the economy here in America, not only have our foundations and communities have been built down, but they have been burnt down with no remorse. Black Wall Street, and as well as our communities that are under national parks and beaches. So whether or not we deserve reparations is not a question. It's just of when we will get them. And I yield my mic at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lillian, for your comments this morning. All right.
Next commenter is Dr. Kimberly Ellis. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Good morning. Yesterday, I testified about my work on the Tulsa reparations case, and I also have family in California. Clear that reparations must be cash payments and systemic remedies. I heard intently the experts that testified yesterday, and I heard Dean Erwin Chemerinsky talk about lineage-based and proxies for race. I support that idea. How do we do that when it comes to proxies for race? Well, sometimes it could be done largely by zip codes, Jim Crow segregation housing by zip code, redlining by zip code, low income and unemployment with current discrimination also by zip code. That's one way. I heard Deirdre Farmer-Pellman talk about direct traces of corporations and getting those records from many of the corporations that have been trying to hide their connections to slavery. Maxine Waters is actually working on that on behalf of Tulsa right now. So I definitely want to see a dual approach. Ajiwa Ayatoro talked about with a focus on international human rights as targeted by a people. It was clear to me that Dean Chemerinsky and Kiti Taifa, Deirdre Farmer-Pellman, and Ajiwa Ayatoro should be having a conversation. I don't think that a vote should be made without them having a conversation and mapping out a really important plan. Chemerinsky admitted that helping people trace their lineage, even though he supported the idea and he thinks this is the best way forward, that tracing lineage from slavery would be a tough task. So what are some of the other ways that we can do this? One, slave voyages records that Deirdre Farmer-Pellman mentioned, insurance companies, the 1870 census, the Freedmen's Bureau registrants, depositors into the Freedmen's Bank, the Civil War soldiers records from 1860 onward, Union or Confederate, or subsistence farmers who assisted on either side, lands granted by local governments to descendants of Africans enslaved in the United States, and including the Treaty of 1866. Yesterday, as I listened intently to the testimonials of every expert witness you had, I also had to re-listen to them this morning because of the extremely harmful distractions of the hate speech in the comment section. Attorney Deirdre Farmer was literally called a, quote, a despicable toe. And the work of historic groups like INCOBRA were repeatedly insulted and dismissed, and the personal attacks against myself and others were rampant. This cannot continue, and please consider this as my formal complaint about the comment section. As I really recently found out, this is a consistent pattern. I support you all's work. I honor you. I would love for this to be a success locally, statewide, federally, and internationally. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis, for your comments this morning.
Our next speaker is Joe Washington. I think we've solved his issue. Mr. Washington, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Good morning, distinguished task force members. Thank you for the opportunity to share some brief comments with you today. I commend the California State Legislature and this task force for undertaking the critical study of the institution of slavery and its lingering negative effects on living African Americans, including descendants of persons enslaved in the United States, and on society, and to recommend appropriate remedies of compensation, rehabilitation, and restitution for African Americans. Putting this in the international context, it is important to recall the UN adopted in 2001 the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, the DDPA, which unambiguously stated that the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans was indeed a crime against humanity. The DDPA is the UN's blueprint to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance globally. I would like to also draw the task force members' attention to the UN document entitled Basic Principles and Guidelines on the Right to a Remedy and Reparation for Victims of Gross Violations of International Human Rights Law and Serious Violations of International Humanitarian Law. This document, adopted by the General Assembly in December 2005, states that among the areas that oppressed individuals and groups may demand redress include a right to a remedy, a right to an investigation, right to prove truth, sensation and guarantees of non-repetition, restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, and satisfaction. The work of this task force is also timely if one recalls that in December 2014, the UN General Assembly proclaimed the International Decade for People of African Descent to run from 2015 to 2024. Thus, we have 2 critical years remaining. The decade encourages all countries to look at their past and take appropriate and effective measures to repair harms done to people of African descent throughout the African diaspora as a result of the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans. Here again, reparations is listed among the tools states should consider as redress. The above UN references may be useful in placing your important efforts in an international context and providing useful frameworks for analysis and action. I urge the task force to confront the complexity and multifaceted areas whereby African Americans in California have experienced a lifetime of violence, including direct, structural, and cultural violence. This has been manifested in all areas, including education, health, employment, housing, economic development, and the administration of justice.
Mr. Washington, I am so sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence and thought. Thank you so much for your comments today, but your 3 minutes have expired. Thank you again. Thanks for sharing.
Our next commenter is Marcus Champion. Mr. Champion, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Marcus Champion. I'm a California native, born and raised in Inglewood, currently residing in South Central Los Angeles, a board member of CJAC and a founding member of NAASD LA. This morning, I want to demand that the task force not delay the vote again in determining the community of eligibility as it was previously delayed in July. As a young Black boy growing up in the 90s, I was made to feel like I should seek to be anything else but my lineage. There was only superficial education of what my people suffered during slavery and Jim Crow, and there was a shame attached to being a descendant of US slavery. It was in the last 10 years of my awakening and reading books like Dr. Claude Anderson's Black Labor, White Wealth, The Half Has Never Been Told, Slavery by Another Name, and others that I truly understand the extent of the atrocities we have suffered in this country. It was then I understood the perseverance, determination, iron will, unbreakability, and ultimately love it took for my people to not only survive the evil perpetrated on them in this country, but to simultaneously build the richest country in the history of the world. There's an unquestioned debt owed, and this task force has a responsibility to see it through to the specific descendants of U.S. slavery who endured and carried on. As an NAASD and CJEC board member, I've been a part of this process since it was a resolution introduced by Dr. Weber before it was a bill. And after countless community meetings, information sessions, online workshops, podcasts, face-to-face conversations, it is clear that the people demand a lineage standard, not a race standard. Not because we don't have love for the diaspora, because there's an understanding that harm is specific and law surrounding recompense for that harm is clear. Today, I demand that the task force adhere to the legal opinion of one of the foremost constitutional experts, Dean Erwin Chemerinsky, and adopt a lineage standard because, as the Dean stated, a race standard is highly suspect and would ensure reparations will fail. I demand the task force respect the legislative intent of Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, and adhere to the lineage standard that makes the eligible party African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States, as outlined in AB 3121. I trust you will be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Champion. Rini?
Okay, our next speaker is Maika Velasquez. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. Maika?
Hear me?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. This has to be done based on lineage. To echo what the previous speaker just said, this is a legal matter concerning a specific injury. This is reparations for slavery, redlining, and the other things born out of the racism of slavery are separate issues. When it comes to slavery, it is a specific injury put upon specific people. It's a legal question. I don't even understand how we're having to beg people to vote for this because it is something that has to be done. You cannot include all races. I myself have lineage starting in Louisiana, Haiti, and Puerto Rico. Yet I cannot make a claim based on the slavery of Puerto Rico and Haiti against America. Those claims belong to Spain and France, and vice versa. A descendant of American slavery cannot make a claim against France, Spain, or any other European country. The fact that this is even a conversation is insulting. We would never do this to any other group of people. The Asian community, in regards to, say, Japan and the reparations they received for World War II, there was no major issue in deciding who would get that. When it came to the Marshall Plan and rebuilding Europe after World War II, we were very specific about that. And if you look at some of the people that benefited from basically what was seen as Jewish reparations, some of them had even worked with the Nazis. We give reparations to Native Americans that participated with the Yankees in the genocide against Native Americans and actually owned slaves and participated against the genocide against Black people. This is utterly ridiculous. It has to be based on lineage. That is not even a question. And for this to even be happening and to have people calling and saying, please, when you make your vote, make sure you vote on lineage. It's a legal matter. You have to make sure it's based on lineage because it is a specific injury to a specific group of people. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Velasquez, for your comments this morning.
The next commenter is Maurice Mohammed. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. Mr. Mohammed?
Unmute yourself, Mr.
Okay.
Mohammed.
All right, here we go. Peace and blessings. All right, thank you. Again, my name is Maurice Muhammad. I'm the speaking for the dead ancestors of ours that were enslaved here in America, who couldn't speak for themselves, who couldn't take justice for themselves. So you are their living vindication. And we beg of you, we plead with you to make sure that this claim is lineage-based. Because as we see throughout America, they're trying to cover up the crimes of slavery. They want to cover it up and make it so it's not even taught. So you are the hopes of our people. You're carrying them with you. So we ask you to make sure you don't silence them. Keep it lineage-based. Give justice a real shot. This is something that is the challenge of our time as we walk into history boldly declaring that our relatives shall never be forgotten. And as Fanta has said to Kunta Kinte, they've taken everything from us. We can't even be us. We ask you, keep it lineage-based. Give us our justice. And I thank you for listening. Peace and blessings.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. Trini?
Our next speaker is Robert Kalen Reed. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, the grassroots activism done to enact AB 3121 was done by committed reparations activists who had a clear mission statement to advocate for reparations on behalf of the sons and daughters of freedmen, otherwise known as those who can trace their lineage to the wealth-building apparatus of U.S. slavery. Since it is the responsibility of this body to do the will of the people, I think the people's interest should be taken into consideration as inclusionary criteria is voted on today. Outside of a few subversive organizations, the tenor of inclusionary criteria lean towards lineage specificity. If anyone has a problem with that, I think it best to abdicate your position so that another member could be voted in as to maintain the integrity of the commission. When it comes to the Pan-African understanding of reparatory justice, it is unjust for ADOS to be forced into a situation where the ethnic distinction is flattened and erased, their history hijacked, and their repair administered to everyone based on Blackness or even historical injustices committed in other parts of the world. ADOS do not want to impede anyone from doing the work to develop their justice claim. In fact, we welcome it, but they must do the work. A true Pan-African unity will be when American Negroes fight in their homeland, when Cuban Negroes fight in their homeland, when Trinidadian, Haitian, Nigerian, or Ghanaian Negroes fight in their respective homelands, because then you develop a system where the powers that be cannot use one group to sabotage the work of another by creating buffer classes that pits one side against the other. Reparations in America should be paid to the descendants of those who were affected by the harm. Furthermore, I want to take some time to clear the misunderstanding that reparations is just a check. This committee was convened not only consider a monetary payment, but a multifaceted set of agenda items that finally includes Black Americans into the fabric of America. Cash payments are but one aspect of this repair. A Black agenda is another. It is in the Black agenda that protections from current discrimination can be found. Lastly, reparations is not a tool to fix or cure racism. Reparations returns to ADOS the wealth that was stolen and a full access to citizenship. So when their rights are transgressed upon, they have constitutional protections that are justly enforced to protect them. I ask the commission to not let bad faith actors deter you from righteousness. P.S. Note to H.R. 40, due to the mismanagement of NARC and NCOBRA, the bill does not exercise the will of the people, but instead creates cushy government jobs for organization members. It should also be considered an act of violence that Dr. Kimberly is trying to deactivate the chat because that gives her and her group unmitigated access to the commission while leaving other groups out. Transparency for the good, bad, and ugly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kalen. All right,
The
Trina,
next
your next
next speaker is Natalie Champion. Natalie, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning to the task force, and thank you for this opportunity to give public comment. My name is Natalie Champion, and I am representing NAASD-LA, and I'm also a resident of Los Angeles, born and raised in Compton, California. My father's mother, Bashi Lanier, and his father, Joshua Simon, came from Cotton Plant, Arkansas, to Los Angeles, California to find opportunities beyond the sharecropping and cotton picking path that their parents and grandparents had to endure. My mother, Addie Simon, left Natchez, Mississippi at the age of 14. Natchez, the place where Black slaves who made their way to freedom were forced into concentration camps established by Union soldiers to essentially eradicate those slaves, with over 20,000 freed slaves being killed in 1 year in this American concentration camp called the Devil's Punch Bowl. My mother, Addie, at 14, fled Natchez and the history of brutality and discrimination and came to Los Angeles to find opportunities and a better life. It is my parents and my grandparents and their parents' legacy and lineage that allow me to unapologetically center who I am as a Black American descendant of U.S. chattel slavery, and as an advocate for my people to receive the justice claims owed for the worst human atrocity in human history, American chattel slavery, and the subsequent state-mandated discrimination and terrorism that my people have faced. I, along with so many grassroots activists, are parents, professionals, active within our community, trying to live and carve out a future that is worthy of the dreams of our parents, grandparents had for our future. Their dreams that allowed them to keep facing another day of brutality, terrorism, imprisonment, slavery, and bondage. This task force exists because of that advocacy, because the community has spoken that our heritage, our lineage as Black Americans is worthy of redress. And we are demanding this task force to honor and center our unique and unparalleled contributions and experiences as Black Americans of U.S. chattel slavery, and making sure we are repaired and made whole. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing, and I hope you honor this legacy and request. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Champion. Let's do a check-in, Trini, really quick for Chair Moore. It's 9:58, and how many, well, public comment is technically over at 10:06. How many speakers do we have in the queue?
About 27.
Wow. Chair Moore, task force? Maybe parliamentarian, would you like to hear from parliamentarian Johnson, or shall we proceed to 10:06? Well, see what the options are.
Yes, we can proceed. I'm looking at the schedule.
Parliamentarian Johnson is on also, should you need assistance.
Well, we do have a schedule. It's important, but we really, I mean, you know, you've got a very impacted schedule, as you mentioned earlier, Madam Chair. So perhaps you can take a, you know, proceed, and then if you have time as you go through the schedule, maybe you can offer that opportunity up. But I think the task force, you know, I don't know what their schedule is, but we, you know, the bottom line is that you've got, I'm looking at the, at your agenda, and given all that's on there, especially the discussion that you're going to have to engage in relative to the comments that you just heard and what you heard yesterday. So I think the task force may want to weigh in on that as to whether or not you continue, because if you take 20 times 3, and if the list continues to grow, you're going to move in and through the rest of your, your time that you scheduled for the other agenda items.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Brown. You're ready.
I feel that in order for us to maintain the integrity of this August body, we should stick to the agenda and go ahead and demonstrate the courage to listen to what we've already heard from the people. We've heard an inclusive, universal sound. Now is the time for us to be on the right side of history and stand for what is right. But I would move that we would maintain the agenda and go ahead and deal with what we've set out to do on this decisive day.
Okay, thank you for that, Vice Chair Brown. So we'll have 6-7 more minutes, and that'll be it.
All right. So, Trini, let's call the last 2 speakers.
Okay, the next speaker is Matthew Morris. Mr. Morris, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Everyone hear me?
You're very low.
Okay. Everyone hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So do we not count? Let me remind the ones that say reparations are necessary because slavery was quote unquote long ago, that it was not just the institution of slavery that is the issue, it was the systematic disregard and dismantling of the Black community's wealth based on race. The crack epidemic, the assassination of our civil rights leaders, and the Jim Crow laws that allowed for atrocities such as the Rosewood Massacre in 1923, there has been clear evidence of a genocide that's taken place on American soil even after the institution of slavery was abolished. For those that may not know, the definition of genocide as defined by Oxford is the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. When you look at the carnage that was done in Tulsa, Oklahoma, to what was referred to once as quote unquote Black Wall Street as the way to destroy the wealth of the Black community, that was genocide, not even mentioning hundreds of years of slave labor that built this country. To put into perspective, it only took 46 years for Japanese Americans to be awarded reparations after internment camps. The Mexican War of 1846 that was started over slavery took only 2 years to end in the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo that was signed in 1848 by Nicholas Tris, who was representing the United States and was sent by President Polk. The very treaty that clearly granted reparations to the Mexican people. Do our lives as Black people not count? Jim Crow laws clearly discriminate against us as Black people, so why would there be any moral objection to the reparations paid to these peoples and their descendants? The precedent is already there. When will the federal government finally be the example of accountability that asks of its citizens? If any of us commit a crime, do we not owe our country a debt? So when, I ask, will our debt be paid? For us as Black people, we were not just robbed of tangible resources and intangible opportunities. We were also robbed of the peace of mind that our nation intended for every citizen when the very Pledge of Allegiance to America stated, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now is the time to truly stand by those words. Reparations is to repair the damage of these systems that was never done. You cannot repair things without accountability. Accountability means not just not being afraid of apologizing, and you cannot apologize if you are afraid to let your face be shown and let the world feel your remorse. Thank you so much for your time and listening. Thank you all for doing this. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. All right, this will be our last speaker of the morning. Trini?
The last speaker is Angela Nirvana. Ms. Nirvana, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Thank you so very much. Can I be heard? Oh, Lord. Can I be heard?
Angela?
Yes, can I be heard? Hold on.
Okay. The last speaker will be Yvette. Yvette, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak. Okay. Try this again. Lena Robinson. Lena Robinson, you'll be our last speaker. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Thank you and good morning. Let me turn my camera on. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, my name is Nina Robinson, and I'm a native of San Francisco, California. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, my name is Nina Robinson, and I'm a native of San Francisco, California. I have benefited from the relative comfort and opportunities of being born in the 60s and in a place that allowed me access and rights that my ancestors never knew. Today, I advocate on their behalf. I am also a member of the Black Jewish Unity Coalition who share my views. Slavery, wage theft, segregation, Jim Crow, unrelenting oppression, whippings, lynchings, systematic prejudice, state-sanctioned mistreatment, police brutality, over-policing, racial profiling, white privilege, broken promises, stolen land, unemployment, poor schools, substandard housing, ghettos, redlining, disinvestment, predatory lending. These are the practices and policies that Blacks have endured for 400 years. For 400 years, without relief or remorse, these policies have held Blacks down, creating roadblocks to our progress or even our ability to keep pace with others. It is the cumulative effect of these policies and practices that demand reparations. Reparations should provide a tax-free cash payment to the living descendants of Black Americans who can trace their lineage back at least 4 generations to their enslaved ancestors. For me, that would be back to my great-great-grandparents who lived in Texas and Mississippi in the mid-19th century. Reparations alone cannot heal the deep wounds inflicted on Blacks for centuries, but they are the price that must be paid for the transgressions of this country. Reparations means creating a federal agency similar to the Bureau of Indian Affairs to manage a process for delivering these payments to eligible Blacks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Thank you all to all of the commenters. We have reached the allotted time for public comment this morning. If you were not able to provide public comment, we regret that. However, we invite that you attend future public meetings or to submit written comments or testimony via email at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. I will now turn the meeting back over to Chair Moore, and thank you, Trini, for your assistance this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Martin Walton, and thank you, Ms. Hurtado, for facilitating public comment, and thank you to everyone who made public comment. Apologies for folks who weren't able to make their voices heard through public comment, but you can obviously email us and contribute your contributions to the chat. So the next item on the agenda is number 14, potential action item, discussion on community of eligibility. Task force members discuss amongst themselves and take a vote that will provide direction to experts on the scope of work. So this item on the agenda should last up until 11 a.m. That's the time that we have earmarked for it. And then after this item, we have agenda item number 15, potential action item, expert consultant for second report, which will last from 11 a.m. to noon. And that's where advisory committee members Jovan Scott Lewis and myself, along with the DOJ Research Center, discuss members of the expert consultant team, including time for these experts to introduce themselves and any issues that need to be discussed relating to the scope of work. And we could potentially also take a vote on the members of the expert team. And then after that is lunch. I just wanted to provide some full context that may be helpful in guiding our discussion for agenda item number 14. So returning back to agenda item number 14, potential action item, discussion on community of eligibility. I would like to now take the time to recognize any task force members who has any contributions, comments, reflections, questions, based on the ongoing conversations that we've had about this topic for some months now. And again, I want to provide an open space where task force members can be transparent about where we all lie on this very important topic. And again, we have an hour for this, right? So it's nothing that we have to necessarily rush. And so now I would just like to open the floor if any task force member would like to be recognized to start us off with this discussion. Oh, sorry, Javon. Member Scott Lewis, you recognize me.
Yes, hi. Good morning, everybody. So, this is a conversation that I'm glad that we're finally having. And I think it's one that I think we all know, in fact, that it's the center of our work. And so it's necessary that we come to a very clear decision, in this hour, because it has implications for what the economic experts will do in their work. And so I just want to encourage us to kind of be vocal, about where we stand, what we believe our views will be, so that way we can actually come, with, a very precise scope of work for the experts to, help us with the accounting that needs to happen. For my part, I will say very clearly that, especially, given the fact that we've heard from Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, and even my own views of thinking about, well, what are the consequences for reparations on the very composition of Black identification? My understanding from my own work, my own research, is that reparations should explicitly open up the question about what it means to constitute the identification and the belonging to what we can think of as the Black community. And so, to put the point out there, I am firmly, in agreement with this notion that we have to start with the claims of what have been identified as Americans who are descended of those enslaved in the United States. The idea here is that we are identifying a kind of central group, right, that has been integral to the development of the United States, who have remained the reference for the abuse suffered by Black people at whichever point they enter into, the American national frame. And so when we're talking about reparations, we have to start and decisively recognize the claims of this group. This is where I think the kind of task that we have, been granted brings us, and that's, I think, where we have to start our deliberation.
Thank you for that, Member Girls. Member Lewis. Any other comments? I guess to provide, additional context for those who might be new to the conversation, right? So we've had conversations around the community of eligibility for some months now, but just this past January, Secretary Weber, who was the lead author of AB 3121, gave a presentation or testimony to the task force, clarifying her intent as to who she deemed to be a part of the community of eligibility. And from my understanding, based on what she relayed to the task force, that special consideration language would be deemed that, the community that is regarded to have special consideration are Black Americans or African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. And then the more broader community of eligibility would be to Black Americans who can trace their lineage to free people of color in this in the United States during the period of enslavement. And to, I think, Ms. Ayatoro's point yesterday, right? There were some instances of Africans living in this country who were never enslaved, and then there were also, free people of color in the sense that they were once enslaved or they were descendants of enslaved people themselves. They just were emancipated before the majority of Black Americans by virtue of the Emancipation Proclamation in 1865. And so, again, in summary, what I gleaned from Secretary Weber, again, opening the discussion to all task force members, is that the community of eligibility would be to African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States, where they can trace their lineage to an enslaved ancestor in the United States, and to Black Americans who can trace their ancestry to a free people of color, Black people in this country who were living during the period of enslavement, but still were facing anti-Black discrimination, still had to navigate a very precarious anti-Black road, and in some instances could be brought back into slavery violently, like Robert Perkins, for example, is someone that we learned about at our first hearing in September through the testimony of Professor Stacy Smith. So I just wanted to provide that context for the audience as well. I would also like to take the time to recognize any other task force members to offer their reflections on, again, the conversations that we've had about this issue.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. And members of the task force. For all that we've heard of the public that has come in, whom we should listen to based on the logic, the facts, and the legality. And finally, the initiator, the birther, the mother of this measure made it very clear what she intended. And I would like to appeal to the body so we won't get confused that the lineage-based presentation that she made will be adopted by this August body.
Emancipation Proclamation.
Senator Bradford is raising his hand.
Yeah, I thought I was unmuted. Senator Bradford, you are recognized.
Thank you. And I really need to just say ditto to what Dr. Brown stated as one of two members on this task force who actually voted for the measure. I think Dr. Shirley Weber, now Secretary of State Shirley Weber, was very intentional about who she felt reparations should be for and who it should address. Now, we all have heard from, amazing testimony over the last 3 months of the impact of slavery and the impact on African Americans who weren't directly enslaved or have lineage to slavery, because the remnants of slavery is still impacting African Americans in this country today. But as it relates to AB 3121 and how we're trying to shape who's entitled and what reparations looks like, I think Dr. Weber spelled it out. I think the bill clearly speaks to who it was intended for, and I think we would be well served if we just followed the path that Dr. Weber has created and stated through this legislation. So that's where I am on this.
Chair, you're muted still.
Member Jones Sawyer had his hand up, Madam Chair.
And so did Dr. Grills, if you can hear me.
Thank you. You're muted, Madam Chair. You're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No?
Yeah.
Okay, my microphone was off mute. That's so strange. Go ahead, Member Jones Sawyer.
This particular issue is not only interesting to me, but very, very difficult. Especially when, as I mentioned yesterday, if you look at an African American whose lineage may be from Kenya and his mother may be white, but has experienced racism recently that goes all the way back to slavery, that vestiges of slavery have continued on till now. And if it wasn't for affirmative action and some of the policies that were put in place to remove some of those barriers, a person like a Barack Obama would not be president of the United States. And in essence, we're saying people like that who experiencing racism now, and you can't tell me Barack Obama didn't experience racism, could not be part of reparations or could not be part of this. My discussions directly with Dr. Weber is you're absolutely right. She wanted special consideration, or as we say in legislative word, it's weighted toward people whose ancestry can be linked directly to people who were enslaved. And then, as was stated by the chair and others, she believed then we start looking at others who have been adversely impacted, because at the end of the day, and I think Senator Bradford will agree with me, we wanted as a legislature, especially those that voted for this, we want to start, as part of this reparations, is also to stop or put a breaker point in the barriers that have kept our people from matriculating and being able to be successful. I don't believe a check is the ultimate solution. If the vestiges of redlining, not allowing us to get into the universities we wanted, not allowing us to get the jobs we want, not allowing us to be able to become head coaches in the NFL. If all of that is still going on, you could give every Black person in this state $1 million, but it doesn't guarantee that it will uplift us for centuries on. And that discussion I had with Dr. Weber was a key piece of this. We're talking about who's getting the money when we should be talking about how we're going to take care of our people from this day forward and how we're going to reverse all the harm. That should be the central question. We're spending the money before we got it. And we really need to just focus on what policy procedures and things we can also do to make sure that happen. I mentioned yesterday to Mr. Shermaninsky about, in some ways, this is a lawsuit to address damages to our people, damages that have been going on for centuries. And in a lawsuit, it's basically, it's either monetary, it's either acknowledging the harm, which I think is in that 1,000-page paper. I don't know if you've read it yet, but that we're outlining. I think we've proven the point, and we want the state of California to not only acknowledge it, but to make sure that they talk about this never happening again in California. And then how do we stop it from happening? You remove it. Like I said yesterday, if you contaminate the water with groundwater, you just don't leave it there. Yes, you got the check, but if you leave the groundwater contaminated, then people are still dying. People still being harmed. We're not talking about removing the contaminated water. We're not talking about community, which in our case is racism, is what they've done to our people, what they're continuing to do to our people in this society. We need to focus in on that, in addition to making sure that people who look like us, because I've said this a million times, if you're half white and you're at a Klan meeting and they're going to hang somebody, they don't hang half of your whites in this. They hang the whole black person. At the end of the day, people who are prejudiced against us are prejudiced against all of us. And the vestiges of Willie Lynch, if you read the Willie Lynch letters on how to control a Negro, he talks about keeping us separate by fighting amongst one another. And when I hear individuals and I hear the passion, and when I say I hear the passion, it's because they are speaking for our ancestors. When you hear that pain, and everybody that's called here about the ascendant of slaves, they're channeling all of our ancestors who have been harmed and hurt over centuries, that hadn't had opportunity to speak. And in a kind of metaphysical way, they are speaking for them. And that's the pain that you hear. And that's why they're so passionate about it. And that's why we need to honor that passion. I know you guys hear me talk about my uncle, who's one of the Little Rock Nine. He was on Oprah Winfrey show, and they interviewed every last one of them. And they didn't show my uncle's interview, because when Oprah went from each one to ask, do you forgive your tormentor? My uncle was the only one that said, hell no, on national TV, and he didn't show it. So I get the pain that he experienced in 1957, that trauma that he experienced has never gone away, and it's hurtful. And I can hear it not only amongst my colleagues on this esteemed commission, but what I would implore us to do is, one, as we move forward, let's be not only intentional, but really talk about implementation and how we're going to do better for our people. So even with the lineage, which I think we should investigate and move forward, how can we do it? How much will it cost? How accurate should it be? And if you talk to the Native American, even they have problems. Whether you're 1% Native American, 5%, 10%, are we going to get to that specificity? But we need to have that discussion about, when people make claims, how are they going to be able to fully get their reparations from that, if we're talking about the monetary thing. And we definitely should figure it out. But we just don't need to do it, because that's what we do as elected officials. We make laws, and sometimes we don't give enough resources, sometimes we don't give enough money, and sometimes we just come up with stupid ideas, but we foist it on the government to do it. We're going to foist this on who? To find out, doing the genealogy. I mean, that needs to be part of our discussion, or as we turn this over to the legislature, we need to also give them direction on how to discuss, or how to find lineage. And if we have to put money toward that, what would that cost too? Because that is not an inexpensive endeavor, because the records aren't that good. And so as part of one of these pieces that we need to do, and is just figure that out and get some experts to help us with that, because I think it's extremely important as we move forward with who's going to get what in descendant slaves. And then part two of it, just trying to get a sense of, if you are harmed, and I think Shermaninsky was saying in these lawsuits, and again, I'm practicing law without a license, it's about harm, and the extent of that harm that this country, the state, has put on Black people. We need to quantify that in some substantive way, so that we can remove that harm, And if we have to provide financial assistance to get over that harm, let's do that. But we need to figure out what that is and make it real, and not just kind of generally it should be whatever. And so I would implore that we do dive even deeper than what we have, that we all just kind of agree, well, there should be reparations, but we need to dive deeper to figure out how we're going to do that based on harm to an African American or an African or whatever. Because again, people that look like us that are in California are suffering just as much right now as people who were descendants of slaves. So that's kind of, I know it's probably more than I've ever talked before, but that's kind of my 2 cents.
Member Reggie John Sawyer. Member Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you. This is a very serious and difficult discussion. And the first thing that came to mind for me in thinking about what I wanted to share was that it was a variation on Audre Lorde's quote. We are trying to dismantle the master's structures of white supremacy using the master's tools of divide and conquer based on arbitrary points of drop-off to shores in the United States versus parts of the Caribbean or Central or South America, or being left behind to suffer under colonial rule. It's that separation of the house Negro and the field Negro. And none of those master's tools serve us well. In fact, our ancestors who were enslaved here in the United States held on to their value systems and fought against that. Frederick Douglass said it himself in his autobiography. He talked about how critically important it was for those enslaved on those plantations to maintain a robust sense of community, to not let their identity as people of African ancestry be shaped and defined by the very people that were oppressing them and denying them their humanity. And so as their offspring, as one of the offsprings of enslaved Africans in this country, I want to hold on to that part of my ancestors' struggle and resilience and understanding about how critical it is to maintain our humanity and our sense of connection to each other. So given that, when I think about this question or this discussion, I am 100% opposed to thinking about this as a final vote on the matter of community of eligibility. And I say that I'm against it because we have not finished doing our work to know the implications and the costs of doing that. So what do I mean by this? Someone said in public comment this morning, don't go against public will, as they advocated for direct lineage, a lineage position. I actually agree with them. We should not go against public will. But we don't have all the public will information yet. I appreciate all of the information that has been shared in the public comments since the beginning of our task force meetings. However, that is not a representation of the diverse set of perspectives and opinions, which is why we are having these listening sessions. So how do we say that the voices of the community, not the voice of 2 or 3 or 4 organized groups who've done a very good job, hats off to them, of making their perspectives and their will known, but that is not the representation of the entire community. And so how do we tell the community that your input is valued and important, but then before they can even get to it, we say, but we're going to decide without you what the community of eligibility should be. And so I think that's a slap in the face to our listening session, to assume that what we've heard so far in public comment is representative. Secondly, I'm struggling with this notion about lineage determination. And yes, I have heard people say repeatedly how easy this is, but I've yet to hear experts in genealogy tell us how easy or difficult this is. I think that that is one of the things that we should bring to the table as a task force, the expertise of people who can tell us, because that is their professional expertise, how easy or difficult is this going to be if we go by lineage? And how will we possibly be setting people up to be left out of reparations because they cannot establish that lineage? And how are we setting ourselves up to even more nuanced complications as we look at this lineage thing? We're going to reduce ourselves yet again to one of the master's tools, something akin to the one-drop rule, where, okay, your mother is a direct descendant and your father is a Caribbean immigrant. So you got the one-drop rule through your mother, or, how's that going to work? And then there's this notion about you've got, Black immigrants, whether they came during the early 1900s or they came in 2000, are going to should be excluded, even though AB 3121 says that we should be looking at the harms done from the legacy of enslavement, not just the period of enslavement. And so if that be the case, what is it that these African and Caribbean immigrants are going to take away from the direct descendants? I'm not understanding that. It's like, are people assuming that there's this finite pot of money, and that if there's $100 in the pot of money, then that has to be divided. That can only be divided among the descendants, because if it's divided among all who are harmed, everybody's going to get a smaller amount. We haven't had that conversation yet, but there's an awful lot of concern about detracting from descendants if we embrace immigrants, African descended immigrants. So I'd love to hear more about that, because I actually went down the rabbit hole and started looking at what numbers of people are we talking about in terms of Black immigrants. It's not that large. It really is not that large. And then I scratched my head, with all due respect to Secretary Weber, I scratched my head when I asked the question, so how does one interpret the special consideration, right? Why was that clause in there? And the response back was, to address the free Blacks. Well, how many people are we talking about? Super minuscule. And why would in a state legislation, we need to make a statement to that effect for such a minuscule number of folks? So this whole notion about how many people are we talking about, and how does that somehow detract from the direct descendants, I haven't heard enough information about. And then the other thing is, what happens to those who can't establish their lineage? I keep coming back to that, because truth be told, the master's tools have made it very difficult to establish lineage. The records are not that great, right? Doing a DNA test is not going to answer the question. This idea that, okay, we'll set up some kind of process where some entity can now go around figuring out everybody's lineage, that just feels like it's like recycling money right back to the master's coffers, right? How's that serving us? And then I can stop there. Well, no, let me add one more piece, because folks love to quote Dean Chemerinsky. So I did have a question for him that DOJ passed on for me. The question was the following. You discussed in your testimony that having a race-neutral approach is important under current judicial precedents and suggested that a lineage-focused approach would accomplish that. Do you believe that a race-neutral approach that takes into account the harms done, such as redlining, lynching, segregation, medical testing, and other harms done specifically to Blacks in the post-slavery era, but not tied specifically to proof of lineage, connect with an enslaved person would also accomplish this? Further, is there any legal precedent that could address the fact that many potentially eligible people would be unable to establish such lineage due to systems that dehumanized and disconnected Blacks from their history and culture, including child welfare removal, adoption, abandonment, and de facto compelled migration? How could this task force account for lineage gaps in defining the community of eligibility, or do you believe that doing so would undercut the likelihood that such a program would survive scrutiny? Dean Chemerinsky was gracious enough to provide a reply last night. It was very short, sweet, and to the point. His response was, I think this is a great question. I think it points to the problems with reparations being lineage-based. But the question I was addressing was, what is most likely to be upheld by the courts? Reminder, master's tools. So the courts, which are highly racially biased at this point in time, and they have been throughout history, you just got to look at some of their rulings. He says that my conclusion was that lineage-based reparations are much more likely to be upheld, while race-based reparations are much more likely to be struck down. So I recognize the limitations of lineage-based reparations. In other words, he is saying it is not the foolproof. It is not the godsend. It is not the magic bullet. And it's going to come with serious consequences. And have we weighed those consequences? So he says, I recognize the limitations of lineage-based reparations, but simply say that if you want something that has a greater likelihood of being upheld, and I'm adding in a racist court, it is better not to define this in terms of race. So I don't think that we have the definitive answer. I think that Dean Chemerinsky himself is acknowledging those limitations. And I feel that in terms of giving some kind of direction to the economists, how come this black-white thinking, it's all or none thinking, is troubling for me. And so my question is, how do I get out of that box and say, can we in fact ask the economists to do two scenarios? And let's compare them, right? They can just change, I think it would be, they would change the denominator in the equation and say, what would the reparations, monies look like with just direct descendants using a lineage base? And what would it look like if we didn't limit it to lineage base, but we limited it to, we anchored it around harms, right? So, and that we do our work and bring in some folks that can help us understand the consequences of the lineage issue. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
I appreciate our colleague, Dr. Grills' particularity in raising the questions that she raised. Number two, each of us brings to this task a wealth of experience. However, I'm assuming that the powers that be would not have sought us out if they had not viewed us as being practitioners, social engineers, historians, and persons who've been a part of a representative government because of our passion and commitment. We are a task force. We brought something to this task force. And we should respect each other's experience. For after all, Tennyson did say, I'm a part of all that I have met. And each of us has had different meetings. Speaking personally, since the age of 14, in Jackson, Mississippi, I have been a world citizen. My first experience in a World Affairs camp was in 1958, Circle Pines, Michigan. And also up at Cornell University, Camp Danby, outside of Cornell, Douglas College campus. I've been to Africa 25 times, all over East, South, North, and West, to Brazil, to Russia, to India. And I thank God that for years I've stayed on the case and been passionate about.
What's happening, y'all?
There's such a thing as a variety of experiences. And some of us are just had a harder or harsh experience with this thing of racism, oppression, and enslavement. When you go to a hospital, some people in the general ward, others are in the intensive care unit, and they receive the treatment that's user-friendly and appropriate to bring the state of wellness. Next, I would say, I don't use any master's tools in my thinking. But that great schoolmaster, Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays, said so eloquently to Dr. King and to me as a student, if you can't think for yourself, someone else will do your thinking for you. And whoever does your thinking for you will be your master and you their slave. And I have thought for myself. I have listened for myself. And I don't use no master's tool. I know about Willie Lynch. In fact, I mentioned it last Sunday in my sermon, right here at Third Baptist. I'm familiar with Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey. And also I know something about Reverend Jonas Camp Austin, who was the father of Pan-Africanism way back in the 1950s. The man who, when you see Marcus Garvey in that convertible with his plumage hat on, sitting right next to him, who was that man? J.C. Austin, that Baptist preacher, who back in the 1920s was a part of the Garvey movement. I'm not citing all this history to be braggadocious. What I'm saying is, I think I have a pretty good vantage point of knowing what's right and what's doable in a practical democratic society. And if we are talking about trying to do something of making strides toward, as Dr. King used the word, strides toward freedom, you have to begin somewhere. And with the Asian community, we all know that their reparations was about being paid for what was specifically done to them at a time and period in history. Specificity. You look at the Jewish community, reparations has meant what was done to them at specific points in history. The GI Bill was about a specific situation to do something for those brave soldiers fought for this country. So I hope that we will not get bogged down as scholars, as social engineers, practitioners, community servants, and understand that nothing in this world is going to be perfect. There ain't no utopia. Heaven ain't on this earth yet. Hell is down here. And that, if you let me quote that prophet from Nazareth, that liberator, even when he prayed that prayer, he said, Lord, I pray not that you take them out of the world, but that you protect them from the evil one. And what we need to do is to do something that's going to give some modicum of protection for Black folks who were enslaved by this evil system, that Atlantic slave trade, that our ancestors worked sun up to sundown here in these United States of America, in Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, Texas. That's the scene of the crime. That's where it all happened. That's what we're talking about, a system, enslavement. And everybody was not enslaved the same. There were grades of it, yes. That can be quantified, yes. But when we look at an overall systemic system, we know what we're talking about. That codified, organized, unified system where our ancestors were sold on slave blocks in the United States of America, in Savannah, Natchez, Mississippi, Charleston, South Carolina. That's the scene of the crime. And I hope that we would look through clear eyes where the crime happened and not stop there. I believe in progressive revelation. You shouldn't become satisfied and stop. But the next step would be for us to move to other areas. There's one room that's never filled, the old preacher said, and that's the room for improvement. So I plead with us to not go around as if we don't know what has happened to Black folks and if we don't know what the crime has been. We know it. And when we go around with these listening sessions, that is a matter greatly, friends, of courtesy. For the things that you will hear and that I will hear will be nothing that was not said 100 years ago. Won't be any different. Man is the same. Man is the woman. They're all the same, historically. The tendency to exclude others or to include others. To have all of the stuff as a greedy person for self or to share and be altruistic. That's universal, the world over. Idolizing one group at the expense of the other, the world over. So we're not going to learn anything any different of going through this process. We will just hear again about the age-old sins, foibles, and evils of human beings who need to get it right. So I hope, I pray that we will come to common ground and first have a common understanding of what we're shooting for. And when we know what we're shooting for, even if we don't read it, at least we will know where we're trying to aim to go. And we can spend all of this time I use my pet word again, a paralysis of analysis, and we won't get anywhere. And I think we have heard sufficiently from reasonable amount of expert opinion about the legality of any reparations that we would get, and it came down on saying the lineage is a beginning point, not a stopping point, not the end of the journey, but a major place to begin. Thank you for indulging me, but let's do something and get on with what's going to be the hard thing, and that is to get the body politic to support it, whatever we come up with. And we will have done that real hard work. That's 80% of this job. Dealing with that assembly, dealing with the governor's office, and make sure that we have the troops out there. Willie Brown said, if you're going to be successful as a practical politician, and politics is involved, what is it, the art of the possible? You better know how to count. And we got to know how to count. Else we will go through exercise.
Madam Chair, Member Montgomery Stepp's hand is raised.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Brown. Excuse that interruption. Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized. And I also want to be mindful of the time. We're running into the end of the part of the agenda. So we'll take a comment from Member Montgomery Stepp. I also have some words, and yeah, we'll figure out what we'll do next.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I also didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to get a few thoughts here, I guess, on the record. I'll be brief. I do think that we have a framework from the language in the bill that we have to work with. And I think the phrase special consideration is part of that framework, but also throughout the bill, it does, when it references discriminatory practices that have occurred after slavery, it does go back to the enslaved and their descendants. It does say that in the bill. And so I also think that the listening sessions will be important to get a full, to hear more opinions, but we do still have a framework that is the bill that we are sort of working under the power of. So that's why I do think that and other reasons why I think that we should base this off of the lineage discussion. I have issues with the lineage discussion and that approach, because I don't know how easy it will be for people to prove that, and what process we will take them through for that, including myself. I just, that is something that concerns me as a consequence of going that route. I also don't, whenever I hear race neutral, I cringe, because just even my experience at the local level, any race neutral program effectively excludes Black folks. I have seen that. And so it does, I want to put those concerns on the record from a practical perspective, but from the framework that we're working with right now and what we have been tasked to do, I think it is to deal with the direct harm that occurred to the enslaved and their descendants. I think there are many other tracks and many other things that we have to consider when it comes to eliminating discriminatory practices in California and nationwide. I just don't know that we have the framework to do that with what we've been tasked to do with this particular bill. We heard from the author of the bill. And so I will leave my comments at that based on the time. But we do need to have a discussion also about the consequences of whatever decision we make, and how much responsibility we're going to take as a task force for those consequences. Thank you. Chair, I think you're
Madam
speaking
Chair, you're
in.
muted. You're
This
muted,
is-
Madam Chair.
Okay, no, there's something wrong with the image, but can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to just provide some comments to give some clarity as to where I stand and to also make some brief comments on what's been discussed already. And so to be transparent, I am in favor of a lineage-based standard, and there's a couple of reasons why. For instance, we heard a personal and expert testimony from Lawrence Lucas, who is one of the leaders in the Black Farmers Movement. And he displayed this very touching video about the history of Black farmers and the dispossession of their land. And we know that, their plight is in the news right now because, $5 billion would have gone to these Black farmers who have lost over 90% of their land over the past century, due to systemic racial discrimination and predatory acts from the government. But because the bill that would have given them that land was race-based, you had people suing them, and so now there's an injunction, and that money is in limbo, and those Black farmers have nothing, right? And we know who those Black farmers are, right? They're not just Black, right? They carry with them a certain history and a certain lineage. They're descendants of slaves, like Martin Luther King Jr. said. They're descendants of sharecroppers. They know the land by virtue of them being the descendants of the enslaved. And despite that agricultural knowledge that was passed on to them as being descendants of enslaved people, they're being refused aid. And I think that is extremely problematic. It's telling about the society that we live in, particularly that, if the language was crafted in a certain way, those $5 billion would have gone to Lawrence Lucas and all those Black farmers by now. Another point that I wanted to raise is this conversation has made me think more deeply about the role of genealogy in reparations efforts for Black Americans. And I kind of reject the notion that, consulting genealogy or DNA companies would just recycle dollars to white hands. I don't know if that was the language per se, but we do know that there are Black American and African American owned DNA companies and genealogical companies, and so there could be a partnership, just being imaginative, that could also be helpful for a community that's eligible, where these Black-owned African American or genealogist companies or DNA companies working with whatever system that we propose to help people find their family members through DNA. You can find relatives through DNA for people who might be in child welfare instances, or African American genealogists. And I think Deidre Farmer-Pellman mentioned that yesterday in her testimony. She said, well, that was a surprise to me that this stuff is hard work. It really isn't as hard as people make it out to be. The other point that I wanted to raise is the idea of CARICOM, right? We know that CARICOM is a collection of Caribbean nation states, and they are doing the hard and formidable work of trying to get reparations from their former colonial masters. And as a Black American, I support CARICOM's efforts, but I wouldn't know necessarily at this time I would be eligible for reparations under CARICOM. Well, let's say I moved to Jamaica or Trinidad tomorrow, or I was there for 2-3 generations. It's still not clear if I would be eligible for reparations there in that country, even if I was, a 3rd, 4th generation, Black person who immigrated there. And even if I was eligible for reparations under CARICOM in those 2 scenarios, it will probably be because, given the independence movements of these Caribbean countries in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, more or less, we're taking into account outside forces, but more or less, they own their countries, they run their courts, and so Black majority countries, and so it wouldn't be too far of a stretch, you know, if I were to be eligible in that particular context. But we know that that's not the context that we live in today in the state of California or in the United States more largely. But then also someone who studied international law and human rights, I wanted to say that basing the standard on the descendants of slaves, or a lineage-based standard, I think could ring positively on an international level, because there are descendants of enslaved people or descendants of slaves in a variety of different societies in this around the world, right? You have the Dalits, or the untouchables in India, who are relegated to the bottom caste of their society, who, despite this discrimination being thousands of years old, and there's been some reform, these people, the Dalits, the untouchables, still have to live on the bottom caste of their society by virtue of them being descendant of, you know, people relegated to the bottom caste. You have the Ohu and the Osu tribes in Nigeria, present-day Nigeria. These are the descendants of slaves themselves. And some of us, actually Black Americans, if you do your genealogy and DNA, you actually might find that you were related to Osu, which are, you know, tribes that are relegated to be slaves. And to this day, the Ohu and the Osu deal with certain social stigmas and political stigmas. They can't marry unnecessarily an Igbo or Yoruba because they're Ohu and Osu. You have descendants of slaves in the Sahel region, like Mauritania and Madagascar. Like, it would send a very powerful message, I believe, in my personal opinion, as someone who studied international law, that the United States, the most powerful country in the world, or in the context of the state of California, the fifth largest economy in the world, is making a declarative statement that we care about the descendants of enslaved people and we're committed to repairing them. And so that would send a powerful message to the rest of the world that, you know, descendants of enslaved people, the stigma around that identity needs to be eradicated indefinitely. And then I also had a question for Member Tamaki, and I was curious to know, were there, you know, non-Japanese people who faced internment that were not deemed eligible for reparations through the dress campaign?
The answer is yes. You know, the issues that the Black community is facing, it brings back memories about our own issues and conflicts. And at the end of the day, there were whole entire groups that were eliminated from the reparations, you know, process. I mean, certainly right out of the gate, if people were dead by the time that the reparations bill actually passed, they were not eligible. The folks that actually got a reparations was less than half of the population incarcerated. Why? Because they had passed away. The other piece of it was there were about 4,000 Japanese living in Peru who had immigrated from Japan and Peru at the early turn of the century. And the United States, because it had this preposterous idea that Japan would trade American prisoners of war in a prisoner exchange with Japanese, even if they were from Peru, the American government literally kidnapped about 5,000 Peruvian Japanese and put them in American concentration camps in Texas and other areas. And at the end of the day, the organizers of the bill felt that Congress would not pass a bill which provided reparations to Peruvian Japanese. And because right after when the war ended, because political leaders said that they had entered the country illegally, that they did not have proper papers, some of them were deported, but not to Peru, to war-torn Japan that they had never been to, you know, because they were born in Peru. So there were very difficult and hard decisions that were made. I'm not defending those, but that's factually the reality. I did want to say a couple words, knowing that the time is short, about my position on this. And I wanted to defer to the other Black members of the task force. And I noticed that Lisa hasn't spoken yet, and I certainly want to defer to her. But as the only non-Black person on the task force, I've been approaching this with humility and a sense of humbleness. And from our own experience, I realize that this is something that is just deeply, intensely personal. I mean, people here feel the burden of generations. I think people talked about speaking for family members. I did not know that Rich Jones Sawyer's uncle was part of the Little Rock Nine, for instance, and other people have told, you know, their stories. So this is not an abstract policy issue. This goes directly to the identity of who folks are and their family members and their ancestors. So I deeply appreciate that. I would say, as far as a class of harmed people specifically, you know, for this period in American history, I think, as other people said, I think this is the starting point. I think that group that has not been acknowledged and has repeatedly been ignored of descendants of slavery have to be acknowledged as a starting point. What I'm having trouble with, and the most difficulty with, I think Assemblyman Jones Sawyer articulated this wonderfully and eloquently, and that is the continuing harm that happened post-emancipation. That is really based upon anti-Black hatred, anti-Black prejudice. And it goes to the core of guarantees of non-repetition. And we heard hours and hours of testimony how slavery and that institution of enslavement morphed into the next generation, the next iteration of oppression, whether it was Jim Crow or separate but equal or racial terror or exclusion or redlining. So, for example, whereas the redlining and the restrictive covenants were very clear and very express about excluding people, it morphed into other things now, algorithms, zip codes, criminal justice system. We've heard testimony on education, employment. And so the guarantee of non-repetition has to be reflected in policy changes. And in some cases, direct repair. I mean, for those who lost their homes because they were confiscated, Bruce's Beach, Allensworth, San Francisco, Fillmore, the Bayview, Hunters Point, Richmond, environmental racism, that people face pollution and terrible health problems. I mean, those are harms, and it's difficult to parse out and divide that harm in the sense of descendancy as opposed to just the reality of anti-Black racism. So the way I would look at this is absolutely the descendants of American slavery have to be recognized. That has to be addressed, no question. But the continuing harms of today, I thought Assemblyman Jones Sawyer said this so eloquently. I think that is also within the charge of this task force. So as we proceed on this and begin to unpack things like the difficulty of lineage and how to trace that, that might be the only tool available, might be what we have. But I would really like to know from the experts, how difficult is this going to be for a foster child, for instance, to be able to trace their lineage back. Nevertheless, that said, no matter how difficult that is, I think that class of harmed people has to be recognized. I'll just stop there. And again, I really want to defer to all the members, and particularly Lisa, who has not spoken yet.
Madam Chair, if I might, with a point of information, you are at 11:15. The task force can do a number of things. You can extend the time for this, change around your agenda that will allow you to move into that spot. You can ask for a motion to approve or otherwise define the community, or you can table the action, or you can vote. I heard one member indicate asking if there could be a limited or a temporary vote, and there is a mechanism where you can move as a community of the whole and then take an action that will not be final. So those are your kind of some of the options you have, but you are into another agenda item as far as time. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll extend the conversation for another 15 minutes. So we'll take member holders' comment, and yeah, we can call for a motion. Member holder, you're recognized.
I appreciate the time and space to discuss this pivotal issue, and for the acknowledgement among my esteemed colleagues here that this is not a simple issue. This is not a black and white issue, and that this is a highly, deeply personal issue for all of us who have Black skin, especially. Reparations is about harm. Reparations is about repairing harm. And as a body that is deciding on reparations for the first time at such a high level, the way that we proceed is going to have a huge impact on the way other states proceed and on the way the federal government eventually proceeds. Our process will be emblematic. Our decisions around issues like eligibility will be emblematic, and they will be resounding, and they will resonate over time. So this is not an easy matter. Harm. The harm that we have discussed and that we have talked about over the last 8 months is a harm that started 400 years ago, and it is a harm that has morphed and continued into the present day. And the evidence and testimony that we've heard from experts indicates that it is a harm that will continue into the future. And so one of our tasks is to find mechanisms to make amends for those harms of the past, find mechanisms to abate the harms in the present, to stop it now, and find mechanisms to ensure that the harms don't continue into the future. The present and future harms that we're talking about are harms about anti-Blackness. They are grounded in a convention of white supremacy and in a convention of anti-Blackness that began the time of slavery, but it's continuing today. And if you have Black skin, you are catching hell in this country. I will tell you a very personal story that talks about the harms that you face as a Black woman in this country today. 14 years ago to this date, when I gave birth to my child, who I carried for 9 months, and during that harrowing process, that experience, I explained to my doctors that there was something wrong. There was something wrong. There was something not right. This child had been in my body for 9 months, and I knew something was not right. And I was virtually ignored. I believe I was ignored because I was a young woman because my skin was Black. No one asked me if my ancestors were My baby died at the time of delivery. That should have been a healthy child. That child should be alive today and should be a part of my life, and I should have had that experience of motherhood. I did not have that experience because of my Black skin. We've heard so much about the crisis in healthcare and how it impacts Black people specifically because of anti-Black racism. And we have to protect one another. 90% of us were enslaved. 90% of the Black people in this country descend from slavery. And in this moment, we have to embrace this concept that Black lives matter, not just a sliver of those Black lives, because Black lives are in danger, especially today. And so I believe that it is our task to not be too specific, but to recognize that this is a collective harm that requires a collective remedy. And this is not just a problem that all Black people face in policing. It's a problem that anyone with Black skin faces at every moment, every point in time, every moment of their being in this country. When you go into the hospital, when you apply for a loan to try and get a mortgage, when you try to get an appraisal, people are focused on your Black skin, not necessarily your lineage. That is the harm that we are facing today. So with that, I will say that I recognize the importance of the language of the bill and the special consideration language. I value that. I value Dr. Weber's vision, and I do think that we should have a tiered policy, and we should have a tiered eligibility criteria that starts with descendants of slaves born in the United States. But we also have to embrace what is happening to our Black family now. We have to retain our solidarity. And that is both a practical consideration and it is also a philosophical consideration. Practically speaking, going forward, we will need our entire family, our entire Black family, to move this legislation forward. We are going to need, we can't erase a part of that family because that is where the political will lies. That is where the solidarity lies. And we have to move forward together. We can't start disaggregating to the point where we split up apart. We split apart into a million pieces that has no real power or real momentum. Finally, I will say, I appreciate and value Professor Chemerinsky and what the knowledge and the brilliance he has brought to the legal community. I have been an attorney for 20 years, and I have been on the battlefields, on the front lines, in the courtroom, raising issues of equal protection and weaponizing that law to try and protect Black people. I'm a litigator, okay, so I actually understand that mechanism and how the law can be used. And there's variations in views about race neutrality and whether that is the only way to go forward legally in this moment. Not everyone agrees with that. That's a highly pessimistic view. One of the things that I mentioned to Professor Chemerinsky is that when you're talking about continuing harms are recognized by the federal courts, even if they are grounded in race, right? That's why you have things like diversity studies. That's why you have things like adversity studies, right? And you know, you can, if you can show that the government is continuing to project harms onto people of a certain race, then you do have a mechanism under equal protection to move forward. And it's just so hard to take race out of this process when it is so much about race. And so to the extent that there is a mechanism and we can think creatively, legally about how to move forward while recognizing that race is the foundation for this claim, we have to really struggle with that, grapple with that, and try and figure out how to move forward. And as far as Proposition 209, that is, I've been waging a war against Proposition 209 for 20 years. I understand Proposition 209. I understand where the fault lines are and how we can maneuver around it. And it's very simple. We're going to have to focus our legislation on things other than government contracting, government employment, and government education. Focus on housing, focus on land reparations, focus on mechanisms for improving healthcare, focus on the tax structure, you know, and giving people tax credits and tax abatements. That does not implicate Proposition 209. So I take a much more optimistic view about how to navigate equal protection and Proposition 209. And we should not approach this with fear in our hearts. We should approach this with hope.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Holder. So being mindful of time, so we'll have 5 more minutes. I would like to take the time and space to acknowledge any members who would like to make a motion.
Madam Chair, okay. I just wanted to say, excuse me, Member Jones Sawyer had his hand up a little bit ago.
Okay, yes, before I recognize Reggie Jones Sawyer, yeah, I would like to say that I think it's important that we don't redefine kind of what the legislative intent was based on what Weber said, and I think based on the bill language, and I think Member Montgomery's step followed up with that after Member Jones Sawyer spoke, when she said that the bill it's following a particular history and lineage. For instance, it says, as a result of the historic and continued discrimination, African Americans continue to suffer debilitating economic, educational, and health hardships, including but not limited to the following. And then that's when it gets into things like incarceration and unemployment. So that section in the legislative findings, it's pretty clear that it's not necessarily a race-based standard, but a lineage-based standard by virtue of the historic and continued discrimination that these particular groups continue to suffer. Yes. And also I wanted to say one last thing. I had a conversation a few days ago with Black Brazilians and Black Colombians. And it was a conversation about, Black people who lived in, historically slave societies. And a Black Brazilian friend, she said, I know it sounds bad, but I would rather live in America versus Brazil, because, the history of discrimination in Brazil, as a Black Brazilian, I feel more comfortable living in America. And then I told her, well, that's interesting, because I feel more comfortable in Brazil than in America. Because I told her I have faced a lot of discrimination as a Black American woman in the United States. But in Brazil, because I don't have that same relationship, because I'm not a descendant of an enslaved person in that particular society, there's certain stigmas that are not attached to me. And I think that we also have to be kind of aware of that relationship as well. Member Reggie Jones Sawyer, you are recognized.
So in the interest of time, it appears that the majority of the members of this board have more questions that need to be answered, I would like to make a motion that we table this to the next meeting with some kind of instructions on what additional. I want to continue the conversation, and I think this is real robust. And I think giving it just 1 hour doesn't give it justice, and that we go ahead and set aside more discussion, but also get more information, whether it's lineage or just answer each of the members' questions that had additional questions and get those answered by DOJ or whomever, so that we can make an informed decision on this. And so I would like to make a motion that we table this to the next meeting, and that we don't let it drop, and that hopefully we can even maybe come up with some guidelines on how we can come to an ultimate decision on how we're going to do this, what we need. I heard that some of us even wanted to hear some more input from other individuals, but at the end of the day, my gut is we need a little more time than just a vote right now.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to table the discussion till next month. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion.
Well, I think there is a degree of unreadiness here, and I think it's been a lot of great discussion here today. But I too think I don't want to feel like we're rushed into something, because it's been brilliant arguments on all sides, and I just think we can flesh this out a little bit more. And so I don't see the need to necessarily take this action up today. So I will second that motion as well.
Seconded that the discussion or vote on the community of eligibility is postponed to next meeting in March. Is there any discussion on the matter?
There's no discussion, Madam Chair. You just go straight to the vote.
Straight to the vote, parliamentary procedure.
Parliamentarian Johnson, you may cue the roll call vote.
Okay. Chair Moore?
No.
Vice Chair Brown? Member Bradford?
Aye.
Hello? Excuse me.
Member
Brown's a no.
Grills? Brown's a no. Okay, thank you.
What is it? What is the mess? Was the mess? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Vice Chair Brown, we're voting on to table the motion until the next meeting.
My vote is no.
Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Holder?
Aye.
Member Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Member Lewis?
No.
Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Steph?
No.
Madam Chair, 9 members voted. There were 5 ayes and 4 noes.
Thank you. So there are 5 ayes and 4 noes. So the ayes have it and the motion carries. The discussion and vote on the community of eligibility will be postponed to March. Thank you. Okay, so we'll now turn to the next item on our agenda, which is number 15, potential action item, expert consultants for second report. And we are running low on time, so we have 30 minutes roughly for this part of the agenda, and then we'll go to lunch, which will run from noon to 1. So are the expert consultants all here? I believe so. I guess we'll start this part of the agenda by having the DOJ Research Center facilitate introductions for the experts.
Good morning, esteemed members of the AB 3121 Task Force. I'm Dr. Tiffany Jantz-Dezamo, and I work at the DOJ Research Center. I'm honored to present to you the group of scholars and leaders in their fields who have expressed interest and availability in working with the task force to tackle your second report to the legislature. As you may recall, in the January public hearing, the task force requested this opportunity to meet with the expert researchers who have expressed interest in contributing to this report. Each of the experts are prepared to provide a brief introduction, speak to their credentials, experience, and research expertise. Following these introductions, the task force members are invited to ask any questions of the research experts. And the experts have also expressed in previous meetings that they may have questions for the task force members as well that may guide their efforts in drafting a scope of work to be presented at a future public hearing. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Dr. William Spriggs to kick off the introductions.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is William Spriggs. I appeared before you before as a witness. I'm a professor of economics at Howard University. I hold a PhD in economics from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. My dissertation at the University of Wisconsin was on African-American wealth accumulation in Virginia during the post-slavery era. And in it, I posed the question of what generated the Black-white wealth gap, and then gave estimates based on differences because of discrimination in employment and the ability to buy land, and looked at all of the avenues by which I could demonstrate that there were impediments. As the research director for the National Urban League's Institute for Opportunity and Equality, one of my previous positions, I took part with the Leadership Conference for Civil Rights of the United States and the UN Conference Against Racism, Xenophobia, and Related Forms of Intolerance in 2001 in South Africa, where in Durban we had a deep discussion about issues of reparations. The bulk of my work is on institutional barriers that Black workers face, but I also do work on difficulties of Black institutions and surviving. That's an important element of the racial wealth gap that often isn't looked at, and it's a little harder to quantify.
Thank you, Dr. Spriggs. We'll move next to Dr. Kesia Campbell.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is Kesia Campbell. To give you a little history of my background, I am an economist. I have a PhD in economics from Claremont Graduate University. A lot of my research today focuses on macroeconomics and instabilities that exist because of varying institutions that can cause, whether it be recessions or any downplaying economic activity. I also have research that stems into the international field associated with crime, issues dealing with emissions and pollution, issues dealing with environmental degradation, and a host of different micro and macroeconomics type of research for publication. I think one of the particular areas that I wanted to highlight that is very pointed to this particular task force and useful in terms of the training and skills that you would find advantageous is my work in what's called forensic economics, where I calculate specifically damages associated with a varying degree of acts, whether it be wrongful termination, lost profits associated with particular acts, or discrimination, and a host of different pecuniary damages that can exist that usually an economist would calculate. When we think of the institution of slavery and trying to figure out reparation, the damage calculation comes in handy, especially from an economist. That's pretty much what I want to highlight. Again, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. We'll move next to Dr. Thomas Kramer.
Thank you very much to the task force for considering me. I've also been an expert witness. My name is Thomas Kramer, and I'm an associate professor of public policy at the University of Connecticut. My research focuses on implicit racial attitudes and race-related policies, especially slavery reparations. I obtained a political science doctorate from the University of Tübingen in my native Germany in 2001, and a political science PhD from Stony Brook University in New York in 2005. I began my research on reparations with public opinion research in 2006 and 2007, basically conducting an experimentally manipulated question wording study where three findings emerged. First, slavery reparations were overwhelmingly unpopular, unsurprisingly. Second, opposition or support crucially depended on question wording. And third, and this was most important to me, white non-Hispanic respondents who identified with African Americans as a group on the non-conscious level, measured through reaction time procedures, were significantly more likely than other white respondents to support slavery reparations, regardless of question wording. In other words, there seemed to be a non-conscious psychological mechanism for interracial political solidarity, and this finding makes me very optimistic. But later I became interested in the question of what order of magnitude slavery reparations might take. And so I published a paper in 2015 titled Estimating Slavery Reparations. It provided a conservative estimate of about $14.2 trillion in 2009 dollars, roughly 1 year's worth of the US GDP at the time. Since then, the estimate has grown to $20.9 trillion in 2022 dollars, grows every year due to compound interest. The estimate is based on historical unskilled hourly wages and an estimate of the total annual man, woman, and child hours that were available to slave owners between 1776 and 1860. The estimate is conservative because it ignores colonial slavery and the Civil War years, and because the historical hourly wages are puny, just a few cents per hour. And because it uses an interest rate of only 3% that's barely sufficient to make up for inflation. In two papers published in 2018, I explored the question of slavery reparations beyond the United States, namely from the predominantly European successors of slave trading powers to the African successors of regions depopulated through the transatlantic slave trade. I've presented my research at reparations conferences in the Gambia, at Tulane Law School, and in South Africa. In a co-authored paper published in 2020 with Professor Darity and other scholars, we investigated ways in which slavery as well as historical injustices related to slavery, for example, post-slavery racial discrimination in employment and housing, among many other injustices, could be addressed. So that's my background in reparations research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer. We'll move next to Dr. William Sandy Darity. I believe he is calling in. I apologize for the delay. We were having a little.
Can you all hear us?
Oh, yes, fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we'll move to Dr. Darity and author and folklorist Kirsten Mullen.
Okay. So I'd like to begin, and I'd like to ask if the task force would indulge me in a moment making a slightly longer statement than my colleagues. Chair Moore, Vice Chair Brown, members of the California Reparations Task Force, I'm very privileged to be considered as a potential member of your expert consultant team that will provide advice to the task force on its second report. My name is William Darity Jr. I'm the Samuel Du Bois Cooks Professor of Public Policy, African and African American Studies, Economics, and Business at Duke University. I also serve as the director of the Samuel Du Bois Cooks Center for Social Equity. I received a PhD in economics from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 1978. Kirsten Mullen and I are serving currently as pro bono consultants to the California Department of Justice team that is supporting the task force. One of our major tasks has been to provide critical reviews of the chapters that are being prepared for the first task force report. I have engaged in more than 3 decades of sustained research on the design of a scheme for reparations for African Americans. And among the signal events that are associated with that research was the introduction that I prepared for Richard America's edited volume, The Wealth of Races, in 1990, which was an attempt to provide a collection of essays that involved economists estimating the cost of a reparations plan. And as Thomas Kramer mentioned, in 2020, we co-authored a paper that extended these types of estimates. In addition, I co-authored a paper with Dania Frank Francis that was published in the American Economic Association's Papers and Proceedings in May 2003, where we began this process of trying to outline how a detailed plan for reparations would look. I've written a number of opinion pieces with Kirsten Mullen, including one called The Big Payback that was published by The Root in July 2008. I provided written testimony that was submitted to the House Judiciary Committee on their June 19th, 29 hearing on HR 40. And then, I guess most significant, Kirsten Mullen and I published From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century in the year 2020. The book includes the description of a systematic plan for reparations that addresses standards for eligibility, the size of the bill, who should pay, we conclude it's the federal government, and the form of distribution that should be conducted with the use of the funds. I want to say that for what is decisive for us in terms of trying to gauge the size of a reparations bill is the magnitude of the racial wealth gap in the United States, which from our perspective captures the cumulative intergenerational effects of white supremacy. The estimates from the Survey of Consumer Finances from the Federal Reserve indicate that that type of disparity amounts to $840,000 per household on average, which would constitute approximately $350,000 per individual. For a family of 4, it would constitute $1.4 million. Would this solve all problems? Would this eliminate racism? No, not necessarily. But the reallocation of resources on that size to Black families in the United States is an experiment that we think is well worth running. The total would amount to $14 trillion to be distributed over 40 million eligible recipients. The states and localities cannot meet this bill. And this is, of course, an artifact of the contradictions and tensions that you've been struggling with associated with trying to address what is fundamentally a national problem at the state level. The total budgets of all states and localities in the United States are less than $3.5 trillion. And that's considerably less than the $14 trillion minimum that would be required to eliminate the racial wealth gap. And California alone can't do it either. Suppose we allocated $350,000 to each of the 2.3 million Black residents of the state of California. That would come to approximately $805 billion. If we limited that allocation to the approximately 2 million Black Californians who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States, that would come to $700 billion. The total budget for the state of California is only $260 billion. And the budget surplus is $31 billion. Suppose only the surplus was used. The average payout from the surplus would be in the vicinity of $15,000 to $16,000, which is less than the symbolic $25,000 housing voucher projected payouts in Evanston. So what might California do substantively, since it cannot meet the requirements for a comprehensive plan for reparations? I would suggest that the task force may want to consider two steps. First, identify racially motivated atrocities that are specific to California. And second, support individuals in bringing claims forward having been subjected to such harms. The task or scope of work for the consultant team under such an arrangement would be for us to identify ways in which monetary compensation can be assigned to each individual claimant who has been subjected to these atrocities. And Kirsten Mullen, in her remarks, will talk about the process of identification of the atrocity.
I'm Kirsten Mullen, author, folklorist, and arts consultant. My related academic work has focused on anthropology and folklore. I have directed arts programming and conducted research on a range of cultural topics: Black material culture across 4 centuries, Black vernacular musicians, architects, artisans, and crafts workers, financing Black cultural institutions, and I have supported museum exhibitions. I was a member of the Freelon Ajay Bond Smith Group's concept development team that established the rationale for the National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C. My work helped to justify the location of the Black Smithsonian on the National Mall, and I edited the team's 4-volume submission, which included the work of over 20 individuals, architects, engineers, archivists, historians, curators, and educators among them. I also coordinated and turned around 12 rounds of responses to Smithsonian staff members, responding to their questions under tight deadlines. Over the past 30 years, my work has been published in museum catalogs, academic journals, and commercial magazines. And I have contributed to a number of white papers and editorial opinion editorials. And as Andy said, I am the co-author with him of the award-winning From Here to Equality. So, what does this assignment require of the task force? The task force must direct its measurement team to itemize a set of atrocities and calculate the financial value of those losses, or it must direct the team to identify a victimized population and assign an amount of compensation to each of its members. What is the work and what are the challenges? In both instances, the measurement team would be guided by the task force decision about which type of approach to compensation will be undertaken. Then, to the best of their ability, the measurement team will provide estimates of what that compensation would be. In instances where there is insufficient information to make those calculations, the measurement team will provide formulae for calculating the compensation and indicate what data is needed to produce those estimates. Any determination will be preliminary, hence you may not wish to establish a statute of limitations, that is, the time limit for making claims against the state of California. So on the process to deliver some form of restitution, there are 3 steps, basically: to design the methodology, calculate the damages, and distribute financial awards or monetary payments to eligible recipients. Harms specific to California. Federal programs like the New Deal, the Servicemen's Readjustment Act of 1944, also known as the GI Bill, and the federal highway system were designed to give states and localities discretion over their application. California was no exception. Next, I would to talk briefly about 5 potential categories of harm to consider. So Congress approved the Federal Highway Act in 1953, authorizing massive public works projects. A network of roads stretching across 41,000 miles, connecting 42 state capitals and nearly every city with a population above 50,000. Then President Dwight Eisenhower called the initiative, quote, essential to the national interest, end quote. Disproportionate property takings through eminent domain, including the state and international highway system and other road extensions, stadiums, water utility facilities, and the construction of power lines, have displaced 475,000 households and more than 1 million people nationwide. a disproportionate number of them Black residents. This single piece of legislation enabled the condemnation of, quote, unwelcomed, blighted Black neighborhoods, end quote. The influence of New York's urban planning czar, Robert Moses, extended far beyond his state's borders. Moses was also the chair of New York's Slum Clearance Committee, and he believed that, quote, the best way to eradicate the exposed slums where Black people lived is to build highways through them. We know a lot about the highway system in the state. Research would reveal that the value of the comparable homes in Black versus white neighborhoods during 1950s was skewed. We need to know the amount of down payments and the interest paid on those houses, the amount of money Black and white families were given by the city for comparable properties. As an adjunct to whatever direction the task force decides to take, it will need to put forward a plan that includes the allocation of resources for a substantial research unit to assist the claimants in pulling together the evidence that they will require so they can establish their claims. I'm not going to list the major highways, but there are at least 10 major highways that you might want to target initially. The health conditions of families that live near these highways but did not receive financial assistance to relocate, depression, continuous air and noise pollution, asthma, coronary artery disease, reduced ability of one's lungs to function, impaired lung development in children, preterm and low birth weight infants, child leukemia, premature deaths, and the toll in heart attacks and suicides. Possible sources of data needed to calculate the loss in financial terms include the US Census data. The 1950 census will be released in April 2022 and will be an invaluable resource for identifying individuals in the affected neighborhoods, but also the archives of city planning departments and urban renewal initiatives. Second, over-incarceration of Black women and men and police violence against unarmed Blacks. The enforcement of supposedly race-neutral laws disfavored Black people. Blacks were treated more harshly by the police during pretrial. They're charged with more serious crimes and sentenced more harshly than whites. The measurement team would calculate the cost of the financial, mental, and physical health repercussions for these incarcerated and their families. Houselessness. One of your witnesses, Carolyn Roberts, who testified before the task force on the 27th of January, revealed that 27% of the state's houseless residents are Black people. Among the health effects this community shares are a wider incidence of schizophrenia. Fourth, under public health education, the elimination of racialized tracking in schools and decreasing rates of suspensions and expulsions of Black children. It would be important to calculate the effects of the mental and health conditions of these Black kids subjected to low expectations, punitive treatments, their over concentration in under challenging classes and under concentration in challenging classes expose them to gifted behaviors. Proposition 209 basically destroyed affirmative action. And one of the results is the dramatic reduction of Black students attending the state's colleges and universities. And then fifthly, official commissions. Should membership on all municipal and state commissions and committees be representative of the state's demographics or that of local populations, knowing that those populations are a consequence of historic events? Some general questions. Will you establish a residency requirement, and what criteria will you apply? Is it the possession of a driver's license, continuous physical presence in California for 365 days, or 3 years, or 7, with evidence the individual wishes to make California their permanent residence, that is, has severed their legal ties to previous residences, or have paid state taxes? Will it be ancestors linked? Ancestors who established continuous physical presence in California since the 9th of September, 1850, statehood, or 1865, when post-emancipation of emancipated Black people in the United States occurred, or 1965, post-passage of the Civil Rights Act legislation, or 1922, 100 years ago. You need to set a starting point. Will you consider former California residents who no longer live in the state? If you go the route of awarding individuals who could make claims for the atrocities they suffered at the hands of the state when they were residents, that would open the door to paying restitution to individuals who no longer live in California. Will you consider the case of Native Americans who were enslaved in California from 1850 to 1863, when the Emancipation Proclamation was declared, and who were subjected to the institutions through 1870, when it effectively died out? We would recommend that you err on the side of leniency. design application process in such a manner that individuals are encouraged to apply, but research initiatives should be undertaken by a state agency, perhaps a racial equity office, and that the services of their staff should be provided free of charge.
Thank you, Dr. Darity and Kristen Mullen, for your introductions. Thank you to all of the research experts for your time and your introductions. I'm going to yield the floor to the task force to ask the experts questions.
Thank you very much. So are there any questions or comments for the experts? Member Grills, you're recognized.
I'll let Member Scott Lewis go first. No, you have the expertise. You said that last time, so let's hear what you have to say.
Fair enough. Well, I have a lot to say, I guess, but I'll limit myself. So the big concern that I have is, so we've just voted to delay our decision around the community of eligibility, and so I want to know, how will that impact the work that we will be asking you to do, in terms of determining, the scope of work.
I'll start by answering your discussions were too abstract. So it really does depend on what is the question and what is the approach you're taking. The approach that Dr. Darity laid out for, and that I had in my dissertation for understanding the cumulative effects of discrimination, assumed assigning to each African American some sort of average amount of the payment, averaging it across everybody. So it meant that we had an agreed upon starting point in whatever model we're using, and then you have some end date. And what's the disparity at that end date? And so you still haven't established what's the beginning. Is it inequality in California when it entered as a state? Is it 1860 or 1865? When you listen to many of the people who testified, they want restitution for slavery that did not take place in California. They want restitution for discrimination that did not take place in California. And so they're asking for restitution for American discrimination, American slavery. And so you would still have to give us a starting point for, if you're going to make restitution for that, for whom, when? Is it for people who were in California in 1940 forward? If you're not going to limit it that way, then, so we need, you have to be more clear about precisely what you're asking for in terms of thinking about, is it broadly speaking, American institutionalized racism? Second, if it's things specific to California, and Dr. Darity and Dr. Mullen went over this. When I gave you a presentation on discrimination against Black teachers, there are two groups potentially that could be upset because California didn't hire Black in public school education. When I testified, I pointed out to you that if you look in the 1940 census and look for people who had been born in California, had a college degree, and where were they teaching? None of them were teaching in California. One of them is one of the most famous professors at Howard University, Ralph Bunch. So, but he left. Are you saying that this type of discrimination can't be compensated because those people were discriminated against in California and left California, so you're not going to compensate them because only somebody who lives in California today gets compensated for something that California did. That California did, not Mississippi, not Louisiana, not Arkansas, something California did. We know there's been out-migration of Black people from California because of discrimination in California. There are Black people who left California in different sorts of ways. Are you going to include them, even though they've left? I mean, these are the types of questions which you didn't narrow down for us. If you take the position that I agree with, and I would endorse that Dr. Darity and Ms. Mullen laid out, that it's specific actions, and you want to always be free, you want to make a recommendation, let's say, that there will be ongoing investigations of acts that California engaged in, and we want a process by which people may be redressed, because these were acts we say were with racial animus. And so going forward, you want a calculation, then you're going to have to confront this issue of that you were discussing. If someone came from the Caribbean to the United States in the 1900 wave, came to California, and they are amongst those Black people who lived in the neighborhood where a highway was designed to destroy the Black neighborhood, are you saying you're going to not compensate them? They have no claim. The other problem we have is the general model that we do, which is to say, okay, what is the Black-white wealth gap? Dr. Darity is the only person I know of who has conducted large enough samples to break down the Black category between people you might think were the descendants of slaves or not. The vast majority of data that we have is for Black people in America. We have no knowledge of their lineage. So if you asked us to model what's the general effect of discrimination and how does and what would be our estimate of the average impact for Black people, that's not the descendants of slaves, that's Black people, because we only have the wealth of Black people. We do not have the wealth of the descendant of slaves. So part of it would be a challenge for us, that we couldn't be as specific in our answer. We could tell you, well, the majority of them are Black, descendant of slaves. We could tell you it was 90%, or we could try and estimate based on what we know of from the data. But that would be an issue. So for us to be able to tell you your eligibility thing, it really is going to require some refinement as to what you think you're compensating for, and the process you want to have going forward. But these are the things that you need to include in your discussion, because there are clearly people who have suffered discrimination because of institutional things California did who no longer live in California. There are clearly people who have suffered from discrimination who did not live in California. And when is it that they must have appeared? If somebody moved to California in 2005, are you saying that you'll compensate them for something that happened in the United States? Is there a cutoff by which I must have arrived in California?
Dr. Campbell.
Thank you for asking that question, Member Lewis. Because I came on early specifically for that agenda item in terms of the community of eligibility, because it frames our methodology. If I'm being honest, without it, I honestly don't know where to start. Gives us a model and a framework to figure out exactly who this population is. Because on one end, the idea is if it is direct descendants of slavery, then there is a very specific damage that happened. It's that institution of slavery. And what it extracted from these enslaved individuals can be very specific. You know, as human beings, what we call the economic animal, we are endowed with particular resources or labor or land or capital and our enterprising spirit. And when the institution of slavery, if that's the population as defined, removes that, then the losses are very specific. It's the lost wages, like what Professor Kramer has calculated in the past. And when we no longer have land, then it's the lost rents associated with that. When we no longer have our enterprising spirit, then it's the lost profits that's associated with that. When we no longer have capital, then it's the lost interest that's associated with that. So when that population is defined, it allows for a framework and a methodology to figure things out. If it is the case where we don't have that particular population defined for us, a community of eligibility, Dr. Grills mentioned something earlier, and it's probably something the task force has to kind of hash out, where what about this kind of twofold approach where the options are presented to the task force? So very specifically, this community of eligibility being direct descendants of slavery, and along the lines of what Dr. Darity and Kristen Moran were talking about earlier, was these harms that can be quantified and be very specific, and a process of putting through a claim, which is a little bit more involved, is kind of defined. But all of this is to say that without this community of eligibility being defined for us, my fear is it becomes an academic exercise, and that's not what we're here to do. We're here to be very specific with these are the individuals that are harmed. This is the methodology that's in place. This is the evidence to support it. And then that's presented in a manner that can be very defensible. So your question earlier, how does that affect us in a very big way? Because now we find it hard to move from the abstract.
Thank you. More, you're muted.
Okay. Excuse me for that. So now, yeah, I wanted to leave the space to for any of the task force members to entertain a motion as it relates to the presentations that we heard from the economic consultants in terms of the scope of work.
Excuse me, Chair Moore, I actually had a question and I yielded to Member Lewis to go first.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Member Gross, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. I very, very much appreciate the comments that have been made by this panel. And in fact, it gets to the questions and concerns I had, like, is it possible, because we don't, we're not economists, political scientists per se, and so we don't know what the variables are that you need to construct your calculation. So at some point, would we be able to get a list of, we need you to set the parameters for A, B, C, D, and E. And then once we get that, we'll have some follow-up questions on X, Y, and Z. Because I think that you added more to the conversation around things that we as a task force have not yet discussed, because we didn't necessarily know what we needed to share with you in order for you to complete your work, other than the community of eligibility component. And so I think that if we could get a roadmap of things that you need to know in order to direct, and community of eligibility is one of them, but you've laid out several more, that then we can have the discussions to provide you back with concrete answers, because absolutely, this is not about an academic exercise in the abstract. It is about identifying specificities and concrete remedies. That being said as well, is that feasible, what Member Holder I suggested, and I suggested in my comments in the earlier discussion, that there doesn't have to be a one size fits all. Can there be a tiered kind of calculation? You know, special consideration first and foremost to descendants. But then, because the AB 3121 directs us to the legacy of enslavement, what were the ongoing harms up to the present moment? As that wonderful example that you gave, Professor Spriggs, what happens to the people where the freeway cut right through their neighborhood, and they weren't a descendant, but they were of African ancestry, and so they were harmed as much as the rest of us. So is that feasible to think about a tiered approach or a layered approach to coming up with calculations?
Yes, but it gets to this philosophical. What are you seeking the reparations for? If you mean broad injustices in the United States, and then we're going to abstract from the history of California not being part of the English United States and only becoming a part of the political United States in 1850 or so, right? Are you saying we want California with its own history to compensate the victims of American slavery? And then for what? Are you saying there's no statute of limitations? We just want compensation for the lost wages, the calculation that Dr. Kramer talked about. If you took the model of wealth accumulation, understand that the majority of white people descend from somebody who came after slavery, and large numbers of them came with nothing. And yet, the average wealth of white people dwarfs that of Black people. Clearly, slavery has little to do, as much as we may have that sense, that attachment, emotional attachment to it, to the current wealth gap. Most of the current wealth gap is the result of the 100 and some years after slavery, in which we were repeatedly, different from everybody else, prevented going from zero to anything. And if you say, I want a calculation that compensates that zero to something, that makes it that when I talk to my neighbor and they say, why do you want compensation? My relative came from Ireland and they only had $8 in their pocket. They came in 1900, and look at me. If you want, no, here's the document. This is why, even though my relatives were here in 1865, I couldn't do what your relatives did. And so I want compensation for that. See, that has a start point and end point. And this is where people would say, well, prove you were here in 1865. And then we can give you a calculation, it will be very imprecise because we don't have the wealth of only the descendants. We have the wealth of Black people to compare to. Or are you going to say this would be very difficult? Because if you're saying I'm abstracting from California, and I'm taking on the federal responsibility, and then you know, where can any Black person come to California and say you're compensating Black people for American institutional racism? I want my check from California. Because if that's what you're saying, California says it's going to compensate everybody who was wronged by U.S. slavery. If you're saying, well, no, only people who lived in California as of 2020, only Black people lived in California as of 1900, at which point? So you'd have to give us that information too. Or you would have to admit that here's the problem. People mitigate against discrimination in the U.S. The reason we have felt free as economists to talk about it as a group and talk about these calculations as a group is because we're averaging it out. And we're saying, yes, many people fled Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, Mississippi to California because they didn't face the same discrimination. And when we make our calculation and average it out, it's not saying that every Black person faced the same amount. We're blaming America for this average disparity. But if you ask me for a specific state, then you're inviting me to be forced to do a calculation based on some sort of mitigation, right? That you freely move to California, you're mitigating against some of that discrimination. Do I need to net that out?
Briggs, I'm
Because
just
Black people in California have greater wealth than Black people in Mississippi. Do I need to net that out? Because if I'm, doing this barter calculation, do I need to net out that you weren't like growing up in Mississippi? These are the things that you invite when you dig into it and come up with what is it that someone from California would be owed if you're going to make that barter case.
Thank you for that. Okay, so we are into the lunch period time, and thank you for those comments. And I just wanted to make it clear that the expert as economic consultants are here to take direction from the task force. They're here to calculate the cost, and their ideologies per se aren't necessarily driving this effort. What's driving this effort is what the 9-member task force decides, right? So thank you for that. So now there is some things that are up in the air now because, as Casey Campbell and other folks said, the vote for who should be, eligible for reparations under the community eligibility discussion would have been somewhat determinative in terms of guiding these expert economists on the work that they need to do. And that would have also clarified any motion on the floor related to their work. But does any task force member want to make a motion on the floor related to the continued relationship or partnership with these task force and not necessarily their scope of work, or mentioning some of the things that Member Grills or others talked about? So just opening the space for a motion on the floor related to the relationship between the task force and these experts that just introduced themselves.
Chair Moore, my understanding is that we are really voting on the members of the expert team, and that there was going to be a discussion about the issues that needed to be discussed, but that we definitely are not in a place to give them direction, but I think we are in a place to vote on the members of the expert team. And so if my understanding of things is correct, I would like to move that we vote to approve the expert assembled to I don't know what to call it, the calculations associated with harms.
I would second that motion because I believe Dr. Grills has clearly stated earlier. I think we just need a little bit more meat to direct them, as Dr. Spriggs has stated. I think also that needs a little bit more clarity. So I think I'm ready to approve the team, but we still have to do some work as a task force to further direct them. So I'll second that motion.
So the motion has been moved and seconded. Now we're in the discussion period. So my question is to Member Grills as to how your motion was formulated. It seemed like there was just harms focus, and so I wanted to ask you to clarify the motion that you're making. Are you saying, clarify the motion that you're making, and is lineage a part of your vote is the motion as well?
No, I'm purely speaking about voting to approve the expert team. Can't hear you.
Motion on the floor is to approve the expert team. You said something afterwards. I wanted to clarify what the actual motion is.
Well, it was really just additional verbiage. We're approving the economics team so that they can, do the work of calculating an amount or a redress associated with the harms. But that's the key point is a vote to approve the expert team.
Okay, thank you. So it has been properly moved and seconded that the task force ratified the work and approved the expert team, the work that's been done thus far. Is there any discussion on the matter?
I have a quick question. Is there a time? Oops. Hello?
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Is there a timeline for when they need to complete their work? Or do we need to put time constraints, not constraints, but so that they get back to us in a timely manner so that we can use this information do they know what those timelines are?
The Darity or the Research Center, we discussed this.
So our impression was that our responsibility would be to prepare the second report for the task force, subject to the task force approval. And because I believe Chairman Moore and Member Lewis are going to be in continuous consultation with the team, in addition to, I guess, regular meetings with the task force, we would make sure that that report was fully consistent with the task force's expectations. So the timeline or the deadline for the measurement team's activities would be set by the deadline that exists in the law for the timing of the second report for the commission to be completed.
Thank you.
Chair Moore, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Newman, Attorney Newman.
Thank you very much. So we will. This was laid out, I think, a couple meetings ago, but just what you voted on and settled on is a plan moving forward. We need to work on the development of the scope of work with the experts, and Chair Moore and Member Lewis are working on an advisory committee to help develop that scope of work, although it's very clear from this conversation that that's going to require probably to come back to the task force again. So we'll need to square away time in a future meeting in order for that to come back and have a fulsome conversation on that. But the idea is that the process will mirror the process we've undertaken in report 1, which is, again, Chair Moore and Scott Lewis on a different advisory committee are developing a schedule for future meetings, and there's going to be work, and this will be presented. We have a little bit of time before we have to do this, but there will be work to align the future meeting schedule along with the questions that the experts are going to be tasked with answering, so that the task force is taking testimony and ideally making decisions and giving direction to the experts as you move through those questions that are set for, and I believe subsection 3 of AB 3121. So this is going to be an ongoing back and forth. It's not necessarily going to be something where the one decision needs to be taken by the task force and the experts will kind of go off and do it themselves. But the experts are going to be, from here on out, engaging in independent work, independent research, just like the DOJ attorneys did for report 1, and having this engagement process back and forth with the task force. And part of that will be the direct involvement of the advisory committee, Chair Moore and Member Lewis.
Thank you for that, Attorney Newman. Is there any other discussion on the matter, comments or questions related to the motion on the floor, which is just to approve the experts as consultants?
Madam Chair, do you want to state that the experts as presented today, so that it's clear on the record that, because I didn't hear anyone identify who the experts were. So it would be those individuals who were presented today. So
okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll clarify the motion, which is on the floor, and it is to approve the experts as presented today as consultants, whereby the advisory board committee members, Jovan, Scott Lewis, and myself will continue to work with them and bring updates for the next meeting. Any other comments, questions? Hearing no further discussion, Parliamentarian Johnson, may you please do a roll call vote?
Thank you. Chair Moore?
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Member Bradford?
Aye.
Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder?
Aye.
Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Okay. Madam Chair, there were 8 members voting, 8 ayes and 0 nays, and 1 not voting.
Thank you. There are 8 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 not voting, so the motion carries, and the economic consultants as presented are approved, and the advisory board committee that consists of myself and Jovan Scott Lewis will continue our working relationship with them and to provide a substantive update at our next hearing. Thank you very much to the California DOJ Research Center, to Attorney Newman, and all of the experts that came to present and introduce themselves. We're looking forward to working with you all. So it's now 12:33 and we're into our lunch hour. So we will return promptly at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much and see you all at 1.
Well, family, I'm exhausted. It's only been 400 years we've been waiting. They've had this, I think we've been in sessions for about 8 months now. And first of all, welcome to the live, everyone. Some of you have asked, how can you bless the broadcast? Let me wave my banner. It's in the description, and then I'll scroll it while we're on break. I have my Cash App and my PayPal there if you feel So compelled to bless the broadcast. It is a great help to enable me to continue educating the masses and advocating for freedmen. It's a lot, family, but I want us to be encouraged. I'm trying to take the lemons and make lemonade. I was first in the queue as early as 6 o'clock this morning. It was ignored all the way until the end, and by the moderators, because my voice is not welcomed in this space. Really, not by the not by the people. Well, some of the people, like the folks that are there for Narcan and Cobra, they hate when I come on and talk against immigration. But as I mentioned at the top of the show, I refuse to sit in the gas chamber as we are ethnogenocide out of here and being replaced by the Black immigrants who are 5 times more liquid, according to the Color of Wealth LA report in 2016, which Dr. William Darity and I think Mercer Baradaran, there are quite a few leading economists that compiled that 2016 Color of Wealth LA report that was from 2004 to 2014. So let me just read my public comments that I was denied the right from since 6 this morning. I was the very first one in the queue with my hand up. I wrote the moderator that I was in court and trying to speak. That's why I got in there early. I have been drafting and crafting on my message since yesterday. I got very little sleep to try to cram, like I said, an entire broadcast into 3 minutes. And so I didn't get to go on the record. So I'm trying to look at this delay in eligibility, which was supposed to be voted on today. I'm trying to look at that as the ancestors needing me to make the case. We shouldn't have to make the case that it should be exclusively for freedmen, but here we are. And this is what happens when you've got freedmen and Black immigrants sitting on this panel and deciding our fate. And family, we might as well calm down. It's going to be even harder. We can't even, well, we're glad that the HR 40 is stalled, and now we have to come up with a whole entire campaign to decimate it because of these very nefarious reasons with Narcan and Cobra getting in their bag because Freedmen Black are over in the chat. Listen, I run my own broadcast over here because I don't want you guys to be traumatized. I don't think it's traumatic. A lot of what the people are sharing are freedmen. And, you know, Narcan and Cobra are swinging back, and with the help of said members on the committee. I hear that member Grills, who is on the board of NARC, I don't know if she's paid or not. That hasn't been confirmed. But I heard that she was communicating in that chat. And I'm so grateful to the people that were able to speak. Shout out to each and every one of you that got through, especially the brother that called out the bullshiggity between Narcan and Cobra, the woman who was making comments about how egregious the statements were. I was so grateful that that brother spoke out and said they're purposely trying to get the chat shut down because their whole goal is to co-opt what's happening here in California as they have our federal discussions. They have locked Freedmen out of that table. We have been working feverishly to get at the table because we know they're setting us up to get their pockets lined with $20 million. That's what they want now. They want GS-18 salaries, $200,000 apiece to sit on the commission. There's 6 slots, and Sheila Jackson Lee won't even return our calls. Okay? So you're looking at the Black immigrants who are seeking to replace us. And I've already done a broadcast, and I share with you guys from an article that they are on track as it stands to exceed U.S. Black. Why is that? Because the color of white in this country is green, and they are being made whole with our reparations to take this over because we didn't leave. I've mentioned in prior broadcasts that Abe Lincoln intended us to be expatriated once we fought and won the Civil War to emancipate ourselves. And it was Sherman Order number 15 that gave us the 40 acres and the mule that Johnson rescinded and gave white folks and white immigrants and white slaveholders 100+ years of the Homestead Act that just morphed into other acts and policies to guarantee that when we fought and won our freedom, that if we didn't agree to be expatriated, that we would die. We were freed to die. And so when you notice the numbers that I cited yesterday, I don't even know where those public comments are. I shared with you about the rise in the numbers for all the immigrant groups, including the Black immigrants. They're on track to be about 1/3 of our population by 2060. And so they're really fast tracking, because now when you make these groups so much more wealthy than freedmen Black, and then you create our Holocaust, and then you create policies to guarantee that the little advances we made that most of the boomers benefited from are dialed back and or given away to whites and immigrants, like affirmative action, for example. It doesn't benefit freedmen Black anymore. And the few that it does benefit, they want to decimate and destroy affirmative action the way Ward Connerly, freedmen like Bradford, who's stalling on the vote. This is why I keep telling y'all about my freedmen voter strategy. These Mickey Fickies have got to go. These are Democrats that are undermining us. I keep telling y'all, y'all got to show up in Obama-style numbers and vote for the closed border candidates. You just saw Bradford sit up here and tell you a story about his family being a part of the, what was the 9? Oh, God. I'm working on fumes, family. I can't remember the state. If somebody can put it in the chat. They can sit up here and they can recite that history in their sleep. And then they'll pivot and make excuses as to why all Blacks should benefit from our repair. When they just got here and they've been set up to do far better than us, while we've been set up to perish. So y'all don't get what I'm telling you about the freedmen voter strategy, but y'all better wake up, because the plans to ethno-genocide us are just about complete. Let me read what they denied me the right to read. I tried. Y'all can hear me, but I couldn't even see myself on their I couldn't even see my face or anything on their camera. So I don't know what tricks that moderator was playing. I don't know. And she didn't give me, I know that they were running down the clock, but she didn't give me any opportunity to try to correct it. I wasn't asked to correct it. I wasn't asked to try again. Listen, I'm trying not to take it personal, but I take it personal. So I got to share with you what I was prepared to say today. And like I said prior, the ancestors need this on the record. I'm prayerful that these numbers will make it clear why we need to be the only ones to benefit from our reparations. I open with a disclaimer because I was getting quite a few texts to not make it about Black immigrants. Well, like I said, I'm not going to sit up here in the gas chamber and go down without a fight. I'm not going to sit silently in the gas chamber, although folks would like for me to stop being Malcolmisha up in this piece. There's no chance of that. That's how God wired me. That's how he's wired me to show up in this fight. So They can forget about it. This is my lane and my square. So in March, if they allow virtual sessions, I think they're trying to go live. If they go live and they don't find a way to do both, this will go unheard on the record. So I open with a disclaimer. For those of you who call me a xenophobe to silence my fight exclusively for my freedman lineage to flourish in the country our ancestors built with their lives, your disdain for my voice is misplaced. I am not anti-immigration, but I am unequivocally anti the weaponization of immigration against freedmen to keep us tethered to the bottom as the anchor of this country's capitalism to our own extinction. I have shared with you from the 2016 Color of Wealth LA report that the median value of African Black liquidity was $60,000 compared to US Black $200. In that same report, the median value of their total assets is $152,000, US Black $30,000, whites $350,000, Asian Indians $460,000, and Japanese $595,000. And it wasn't because we weren't educated. In this same report, US Black were 44% degreed, with a median income of $53,500. African Black, 58.9% degreed, median income $115,000. And although Mexicans were 17.8% degreed, their median income was within $3,500 of US Black at $50,000. Today, our median income in Los Angeles is $35,000 to $40,000, and the median home price in Los Angeles is $834,400. The data is clear. Our never-ending Holocaust has been weaponized against us to enrich whites and immigrants with never-ending policies by our government at every branch to ensure freedmen are the permanent bottom caste. Which begs the question, how many more freedmen have to be legislated out of California before seeing a dime of whatever becomes of this study? Chemerinsky made it clear that it's time to untether Black immigrants from our reparative justice claim, because if you attempt to enrich them some more with our reparations, it will be race-based, not lineage. And how's that working for freedmen farmers who are at risk of being foreclosed on because whites have filed a class action lawsuit on the grounds of reverse discrimination after $4 billion was set aside for their debt relief, which also includes immigrants, which is freedmen's albatross. In effect, Narcan and Cobra, you are setting freedmen up to fail at ever receiving reparations at the state and federal level when you insist it be for all Blacks that experience racism, when freedmen are their reparations per the data. Even greater than Chemerinsky's testimony is Secretary of State Dr. Shirley Weber's definitive intent on eligibility of the AB 3121 bill she authored, that it is specifically for freedmen, Black American descendants of U.S. chattel slavery, lest we end up with 50 cents. The fact that this is even still open for debate is yet another assault of exponential proportion on freedmen. In closing, esteemed task force, freedmen need you to do the right thing. I'll yield my mic. And so, this is the fight, family. What they're seeking to do in enriching Africans who sold us into slavery, because that's what's predominantly here in LA. The Caribbeans are pretty much in New York, but out here it's predominant African Black. They're intending to enrich descendants of slave traders with our reparations, who are already 5 times more liquid than freedmen, and that was back in 2004 to 2014. We are now in 2022, and in this pandemic, we are the highest rates of unemployed. I think we're around 13%. We're 3% of the population, 13% of the unemployed, about 80% of the homeless, and about 30% of the incarcerated. Okay? So what they're sitting up here deliberating is akin to another white wealth transfer, akin to what Bernie Sanders was fighting for, all student loan debt to be erased. I think of our group nationwide, we're 22% degreed. To African Blacks, I want to say 40% degreed, or Black immigrant, if my memory serves me. I got so many numbers running through my head. And yet, their salaries are 2.5 times that of ours, and they are 5 times more liquid. Okay? So what they are literally sitting up here debating to do is like a white wealth transfer to African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants who, oh, by the way, as Tansy raised in the chat, are going to be made whole by the policies. Any policy, you know how they like to do the trickle-down effect? They love trickle down when it comes to telling Blacks to keep waiting and holding on, and, you'll get to heaven when you die, like all the things they tell us. They want us to wait for trickle down. What did Barack Obama say? All tides lift the boat, or some bullshiggity like that? Basically, if you take care of white folks and immigrants, you'll get taken care of. That's pretty much what they want to do. They want to fix us top down, and class-based policies don't fix freedmen. Black immigrant-based policies don't fix freedmen. Okay? And so this is what they want us to do. And why is that, family? Because when the tide lifts everybody, where is freedmen? They got a 400-year head start. Where is freedmen if everybody gets what we are entitled to, what we are owed? Still on the bottom, to our peril. Okay? That's what we're up against, family. So, we are back in 7 minutes, so I'm just going to keep chatting because let's go to the comments. Y'all been active. My co-host in the chat been rolling with your sister real hard since early this morning. I'll get through as many as I can. I've got Marcel Dixon coming at oh shoot, I better get him the link. Oh God. I got Marcel Dixon coming on at 5 o'clock this evening. So I'm going to get set up because I think they're back in like 6 minutes. I need to play the outro. Many of you might not be able to make it back this afternoon. I hope you can. Your chats are so welcomed. And yeah, I got to get set up for that 5 p.m. that follows this segment. And I need to decompress. Let me take these 6 minutes. And I got to get back to court at 1:30. Oh, Lord. I thank each and every one of you for being here. And if you can't come back, I just want to tell you, family, do not be weary in well-doing. This is what our ancestors have been up against, okay? And they live in each and every one of you. You cannot afford to give in, up, or out. This is a minor setback, but the victory will be won. We must hold on to our mustard seed of faith, family. We must hold on to it, okay? We don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. I don't know why this is buffering. It gets on my last nerve. The light of God surrounds us. The love of God enfolds us. The power of God protects us, family, and the presence of God watches over us. Wherever freedmen and its allies are, God truly is, family, because you are the face of God. You are the voice of God. You are the body temple of the Spirit of the living God. If nobody's told you today, family, know this, that I love you black and I love you so strong. And until we meet again, I'm believing for you peace, love, and reparations. Hold on to your mustard seed, family. It's all right. March soon come. Peace. I'm out.